What's the order in which we are speaking?
Dr. Burke will speak, then Dr. Mittal, and then I'll call upon you, sir.
Okay.
Hello and namaste everyone. I'm Dr. Moushami Mukherjee. As India Country Director of the Star Scholars Network, I'm happy to welcome all of you virtually to the 2021 Star Global Conference being hosted from India by Jindal Global University. The mission and vision of the Star Scholars Network is to foster transnational research collaboration and social mobility. However, the entire world is now in the middle of a major crisis. Every sector of the economy and society has been affected by the ongoing global health pandemic. Our physical mobility, personal life, and professional life have been deeply impacted by lockdowns and various restrictions to mobility over the past 2 years. Yet, we have also noticed much resilience and innovation emerge out of this period of crisis. As the entire medical fraternity, social workers, teachers, students, parents, and diverse professionals learn to adapt to the new normal, we realize the value of higher education for the greater good. Research scientists around the world have come together to share data and cooperate to develop vaccines within record time. Social workers and professionals are leveraging the strengths of scientific and technological advancements to break the physical barriers to mobility. Hence, this conference will specifically deliberate on higher education for the greater good, leadership, and institutional resilience. Hope all of you will have an enlightening experience for the next 3 days. I would now like to invite the Director of the International Institute for Higher Education Research and Capacity Building and the founding Vice Chancellor of OP Jindal Global University, the host university hosting this conference this year, to share his special address. Over to you, Professor Raj.
Thank you very much, Moshbi, and very good morning to all of you friends in India. Good afternoon for our friends in Far East. Good evening in Australia and New Zealand. But of course, good morning to our friends, rather good late in the night for our friends in the US. It's such a pleasure for me to personally be here to welcome all of you to this fascinating global conference and Noam Chomsky Global Connections Award presentation. We have been working very hard, and I want to particularly extend my heartiest gratitude to the Association of Indian Universities, which is our partner. Of course, the main organization, the Star Scholars Network, and also my colleague Moushami Mukherjee and the International Institute for Higher Education Research and Capacity Building, and OP Jindal Global University, which is indeed the host institution. I also want to recognize the presence of Professor Dr. Chris Glass, the Executive Vice President of Design and Strategic Innovation at Star Scholars Network and Professor of Practice at the Department of Education, Leadership and Higher Education at the Boston College, Professor Dr. Joseph Berg, Senior Consultant and Senior Fellow, Association of Governing Boards of Universities and Colleges in the United States, Professor Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General of the Association of Indian Universities, Professor Dr. K.K. Agarwal, Chairman of the National Board of Accreditation, and of course, Professor Dr. Anil Sashtabudde, the Chairman of the All India Council of Technical Education. This year's theme of the conference, Higher Education for the Greater Good, Leadership and Institutional Resilience, is especially focused on leadership, resilience, and equity in a post-pandemic world. We obviously could not have chosen a more significant theme for the times that we live in. The global pandemic since March 2020 had fundamentally altered the way we have been living, and it has challenged the entire world of higher education. It is indeed a fact that the healthcare workers and doctors and nurses and others who are part of the healthcare workers, including the scientific community which were involved in making these vaccines happen, truly deserve appreciation for their leadership, for their resilience. But one of the huge unsung heroes of our time is indeed the role and contribution of educators across the world. The teachers in schools, colleges, universities, the faculty members, the researchers, and institutional heads of universities, colleges, and of course, principals of schools, they have made an extraordinary contribution since March 2020 to ensure that the learning project goes uninterrupted. Amidst huge challenges for access, including technology and creating new opportunities for innovation, the entire education community came together literally in days, if not hours at times, to be able to make sure that the young people of the world are not adversely affected in their learning and knowledge creating aspirations. I want to take this moment to pay tribute to the educators of the world for their contribution, their dedication, their commitment, their leadership, and their own efforts to contribute towards resilience and equity in a post pandemic world. We are also conscious of the fact that UNESCO has estimated that nearly 1.5 billion children across the world have been brought out of the educational imagination. They have been simply deprived of the opportunity to be educated during the pandemic because the idea of physical schools didn't happen. In a country like India, with 1.3 billion people, while 850 million people in India are less than 35 years of age, education is one of the most important goals for economic development, as well as social mobility. We also are conscious of the fact that while online education and transformation through technology has enabled hundreds of universities and colleges, and of course thousands of schools across the country to be able to provide that education, the reality is only 15% of Indian households have three things that are critical for ensuring that online education is even possible: relatively uninterrupted electricity. That's the first thing. Relatively uninterrupted Wi-Fi connection. That's the second thing. And relatively working equipment, which is essential for online education. Now, only 15% of Indian households have these three things, which means that over 80% of Indian households have been simply deprived of the opportunity to be educated. The higher education institutions tend to have done much better than schools, but the reality is access is a serious problem. Higher education institutions have their own governance structure. They must also adhere to many government regulations. It is truly challenging for higher education institutions to bridge the gap between the governance strategies and government regulations to ensure academic freedom, high quality education, support for research, diversity and inclusion, and indeed contribution to the local community. In the middle of the global COVID-19 pandemic, an additional challenge has appeared in front of higher education leadership. Their ability to lead higher education institutions through this crisis to demonstrate institutional resilience has become a matter of paramount importance. In the last 2 years, the COVID-19 pandemic has forced HEIs to transition to online remote modes of instruction, drastically transforming the teaching and learning experience. In addition, institutions had to reimagine their grading and assessment methods, and also creating new forms of innovation in pedagogy. Students and faculty in some HEIs with strong financial resources have managed this situation much better. But it is not the same for most HEIs located in developing and underdeveloped countries. We have witnessed this even in India during the pandemic. This conference will spearhead the importance of higher education institutions that have been innovative and resilient during the pandemic. Higher education leaders will exhibit institutional resilience while deliberating upon the challenges we have overcome to a great extent in the past 2 years. Let me take a moment to pay tribute to the first Education Minister of India, Maulana Abul Kalam Azad. He said, and I quote, "Educationists should build the capacities of the spirit of inquiry, creativity, entrepreneurial and moral leadership among students and become their role model," unquote. This conference, I believe, is a good platform for educationists around the world to exhibit their spirit of inquiry, creativity, entrepreneurial and moral leadership among students and become their role model. I am sure the young scholars from nearly 40 countries who are presenting their research papers at the conference and participating in discussions will address the fundamental disparities within higher education institutions that the pandemic has further exposed. They might come up with solutions on how governments and higher education institutions can address this issue. I also want to recognize the fact that we are in this aspect together. The world has become a much smaller place than we ever could imagine. The fact that 50 plus research presentations, 5 roundtable discussions, and 10 thematic forums from people from around 40 countries who will be presenting their research in the next 3 days demonstrates the kind of connections and interlinkages that we have developed. I want to take this moment to once again thank our collaborators, the Association of Indian Universities, our main institution, the Star Scholars Network, and of course, Jindal Global University and IIHED for bringing together this conference on the Society of Transnational Academic Researchers, the 2021 Global Conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Raj, for delivering this special address during this inaugural session. I'm now going to call upon the Executive Vice President of Design and Strategic Innovation of the Star Scholars Network and Professor of Practice, Department of Education and Leadership in Higher Education, Boston College, Professor Chris Glass, to introduce the theme of this year's conference. Professor Glass, over to you.
Thank you so much, and welcome to the 2021 Global Conference. It's my pleasure to welcome you to this year's conference, and we're grateful to our host, OPJGU Global University, who has a great collaboration with the Indian Association of Universities. This year's conference is focused on the theme, Higher Education for the Greater Good, Leadership and Institutional Resilience. And we explore that theme not just through research presentations, but through daily cultural events, a virtual arts exhibition, as well as tomorrow's, or later on this afternoon, the A. Noam Chomsky Global Connections Award presentations. And as the Vice Chancellor mentioned, we do so reaching of connecting colleagues that are in 40 different countries, from Ghana to Hong Kong, India to Indonesia, Japan to Kenya, Lebanon, Malaysia, Morocco, Bangladesh, Afghanistan, Pakistan, New Zealand, South Korea, Spain, the United Arab Emirates, Thailand, Saudi Arabia, the United States, the United Kingdom, Vietnam, and many, many more. Thank you all for joining us at this year's conference that really exemplifies the mission of the Star Scholars Network, which is to leverage the power of transnational connections and build communities that support the advancement of new generations of scholars working across borders. It is my pleasure this evening to introduce our first keynote speaker, Dr. Joseph G. Burke. Dr. Burke is a senior consultant and senior fellow at the Association of Governing Boards, and he was the president of Kekwa University in New York and is now president emeritus. During his 14-year presidential tenure, he led what is widely recognized as institutional transformation. He generated a complete renovation of the board in areas of strategic planning, presidential assessment, and entrepreneurial oversight. These innovations have led to the enhancement of academic excellence and achievement and physical stability. In other words, the kind of transformation that he led is the kind of thing that we're looking at in this year's theme, which is leadership and institutional resilience in difficult times. Dr. Burke has expanded his interest in international education, and he's served as a Middle East Fellow, and he's been sponsored by the American Professors for Peace in the Middle East. We're very pleased to welcome here tonight, and he was awarded a prestigious Fulbright scholarship for his work in Thailand. It is now my pleasure to introduce our first keynote speaker of the conference, Dr. Joseph G. Burke.
You need to unmute yourself, Dr. Burke, the most important line of the pandemic.
Right.
Technology. Okay. Thank you, Chris. And I welcome all of my distinguished colleagues on this particular opening panel. I would like to also say good day, whatever part of the day it is, to all those great star scholars around the world who are attending this conference. And I'd like to especially say thank you for the great research work you have done and you will continue to do on higher education. I'd also like to thank the administration, the faculty, and the staff of OPJGU Global University for hosting this strategically important conference. We at the Association of Governing Boards in Washington, D.C. represent more than 1,300 of the world's leading universities and college governing boards. Our purpose is to improve the higher education leadership and governing capacity of governing boards, presidents, and administrations and overall higher education institutions. As such, we pay great attention to the educational research that you publish. We use it to educate our members to prepare them to lead their universities and colleges in meeting the challenges of the future. The purpose of my opening address today is threefold. First, to identify some important challenges and opportunities that present themselves to higher education leaders as they guide their institutions into the post-pandemic world. Secondly, to distinguish the specific topics where government and higher education leaders need your research assistance to better understand, illuminate, and clarify the future strategic choices and in ascertaining the best pathways and strategies to achieve success in the future. And third, to encourage greater collaboration between our educational research and leadership communities in identifying, addressing, and solving these key challenges for future generations of students. As the Vice Chancellor has said, COVID has been with us since early 2020. In that 24-month period, it has significantly impacted both worldwide and national societies, cultures, economies, political systems, and supporting educational systems, including what we are highly interested here today, our higher educational systems. It's also important to recognize just how closely these various social, cultural, political, and economic structures, processes, and outcomes are interrelated to each other, as well as to their supporting educational processes and outcomes. For instance, societies that are more open socially and politically generally possess more open higher educational systems and institutions. How the COVID pandemic impacts our higher education across the world has had both positive and negative impacts. There are too many of these impacts to adequately cover in this opening presentation, but I'm sure you're going to address them in greater details throughout this three-day meeting. Therefore, in the first part of my presentation, I will briefly address two obvious ones, that is, educational technology innovation and financial resiliency. Both have received great attention from researchers, educational media, higher educational leaders, and government officials. Then I'd like to focus my remaining remarks on a third critical policy area, which is not receiving as much attention, yet might just be as important in the future. We see currently the presence of a lengthy COVID pandemic occurring simultaneously with expanding educational and informational and news delivery technologies and growing levels of economic disparity, all happening simultaneously across our world. The research question, I believe, of growing importance involves the interrelationship between these changing social conditions and the rising degree of worldwide political and social disruption and divisiveness. For education and governing leaders, this important research question is really twofold. What impacts do these social and political disruptions and divisiveness have on our educational systems and our students? And more importantly, what specific educational activities can our institutions conduct in order to minimize the growth of divisiveness within our societies, our citizens, and students that we serve? Let me repeat that because I think it's very important and it's not as widely apparent throughout the world. What impacts do the social and political disruptions and divisiveness have on our institutions and students? And more importantly, what specific educational activities, whether it's research, education, internships, cross-nation activities, can our institutions conduct in order to minimize the growth of divisiveness within the societies and citizens and students that we serve? I'll say more about this third outcome a little later in my presentation. Let's talk briefly about the COVID impact of technology on higher education. On the positive side, the pandemic has forced our entire international higher education system to quickly realign to the current public health crisis by rapidly adopting our educational systems. We sought ways to become more remote, basically, and isolated from human contact for the sake of health considerations. We've been able to achieve, through the creation of innovative educational technology delivery systems, some new and very rapidly changing educational systems around the world. These expanding educational technology delivery systems create the opportunity to provide higher education more conveniently, more cheaply, more remotely, and possibly more efficiently to more numerous populations in more remote areas. Yet it also presents us with a challenge to both governmental and educational leaders to ensure that all income groups can be assured access to the requirements. And I think the Vice Chancellor made this same comment: assured access to the requirements you need in this kind of environment, and that's the necessary technology, the necessary networks, and the bandwidth required to obtain more worldwide equity in educational products and services. Finally, it also presented an additional need for educational research on an international level, as technology itself gives us greater opportunity to deliver education more easily across national and international borders. Teachers must now be more knowledgeable, and the materials we use must be more sensitive to cross-cultural considerations. We need further testing to determine the best and most cost-effective teaching and learning technologies across cultures and across nations. More research is still needed just in the technology areas alone. But I want to move to a second area, and that is to talk briefly about the second COVID impact area, and that is financial resiliency and sustainability. The pandemic quickly led to a rapid shutdown of our traditional campus operations. The required community health initiatives dramatically impacted our traditional campus revenue sources and resulted in significant operational budget deficits. In cases where these deficits were not reimbursed by federal and/or state emergency funding, this quickly demonstrated the widely differing financial fragility and resiliency and lack of campus surplus and reserves maintained by many of our higher education institutions and systems. It pointed out how close to the sustainability level many of our institutions were operating and demonstrated a need for greater innovation and resilience across the higher education sector. This seems to be a common theme across nations and cultures. In most countries of the world, there are relatively few well-endowed institutions, and many more dealing with financial sustainability challenges. The pandemic made this gap more apparent and forced many institutions to change at a faster pace or risk closure. We at AGB are getting many more requests for consulting assistance in the creation of new and more innovative institutional, strategic, and financial planning processes. We have seen growing new institutional financial strategies with an emphasis on mergers and consolidation of everything from back office support and back office functions to almost entire organizational structures. Here is another way where educational research is greatly needed by our leadership to help identify new strategic financial pathways through the use of innovation and resilience strategies, which are essential for the future. These areas of technology, innovation, resilience, and sustainability are today generating more attention in the educational media and are receiving a great deal of focus in the research area as well. And I thank you for what you're doing. In fact, we at IIHED are getting most of our requests for information and consulting services within these two areas. But there is a much more we could say about the impacts of COVID on these specific areas. However, my time is limited and I will turn to my final area of emphasis. One that is not receiving the level of attention that it warrants. In essence, it has been created by an emerging close interrelationship of the COVID pandemic operating closely with existing economic inequality across the countries in the world and rapidly expanding education and information technology delivery systems where people know more about what's happening throughout their countries in the world. It is also impacting our educational systems, and it is in my belief that it can also be used to minimize by the contributions of our educational system these kinds of things, especially by higher education research and leadership. The condition that our world is currently experiencing can be summarized as follows. A significant rise in the combination of negative societal characteristics, including fear, self-centeredness, tribalism, extreme nationalism, and increasing political and social upheaval and divisiveness. These undesirable and damaging traits appear to be increasing worldwide phenomena. COVID has been only a partial contributor, but certainly not the only contributor. Governmental leaders are growing increasingly concerned by the longer-term impacts of this social and political divisiveness and disruption. They are seeking better understanding of the causes. Educational, governance, and administrative leaders are seeking to better understand two phenomena. What impacts will this growing divisiveness have on their institutions? And what contribution can the higher education sector in general and their institutions specifically have on alleviating the level of disruption and social and political divisiveness on the social and higher education institutions we serve? Fear is a significant influencer in this interrelationship. Fear of the unknown, fear of the pandemic, fear of the future, fear of international travel and exposure during a pandemic are all due to valid health considerations of the COVID pandemic. COVID has also encouraged countries to become more inward-looking and more fearful of outsiders. The fear generated by the pandemic has encouraged the development of a we-them tribalist tendency and the growth of a greater sense of concern of individual, small groups, families, and tribes. These concerns have all led to greater expressions of intolerance in political, social, culture, and ethnic divisive rises. The exact interrelationship between the pandemic, emerging technologies, economic inequality, and facilitated educational levels are all suspect as political influencers, but our campus and governmental leaders dispute the exact relationships. However, it's far easier to witness the collective results. We see more political extremism, less political compromise, and more public civil disruption within both the domestic and international levels. More research is needed to assist our campus and governmental leaders in developing short and long-term national and higher education responses in order to quell the disturbing results. Higher education leaders and researchers need to work these questions together. Now, this last set of issues are multivariate in nature and might require both quantitative and qualitative analysis, in addition to fully explore these complex interrelationships. It would require the full collaboration of both the research and the leadership communities. Yet I would assert that the level of importance is well worth the effort generated. If we can create some new, more effective institutional higher education strategies to allow higher education to become more successful in reducing the social and political divisiveness at the national and international levels through working on all of these problems together, we in higher education will greatly assist the cause of democracy, equality, and economic prosperity. So I urge you to consider this complex set of both political and educational variables for your next research projects. I also congratulate you all on the previous and current work you have done for our higher education leadership, administration, and governing boards. The future holds great challenge and opportunity across the entire educational sector. We will continue to seriously await the results of your analysis. Thank you for your attention, and thank you for attending this conference.
Thank you, Dr. Berg, for that insightful speech. And I think you have spoken very well to the challenges ahead of all of us in the higher education sector in the middle of the pandemic. But at the same time, you have also shown us some promising pathways through which we can navigate the future challenges. Thank you very much for sharing your insightful thoughts. I would now like to call upon Professor Anil Sahasrabuddhe from India. Professor Anil Sahasrabuddhe is the chairman of the All India Council for Technical Education since 2015. He's also the professor of mechanical engineering at the Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati. Professor Sahasrabuddhe graduated from PPP, College of Engineering and Technology, Karnataka University, in mechanical engineering with first rank and gold medal back in 1980. Subsequently, he obtained his master's and doctoral degrees.
Introduction should be too short, actually, not long enough.
Okay. All right, Professor Sahasrabuddhe.
Okay, let's let him speak. That's good enough. Thank you, Moshmi.
Okay. All right, Professor Sahasrabuddhe doesn't want a long introduction. We all know about all his accomplishments and all that he has done for the higher education sector. Over to you, Professor Sahasrabuddhe.
Thank you, Moshmi. It's very important that we are meeting in the morning here in India, but maybe afternoon, evening in different places of the world, and somewhere late night as well. I think this is a very important global conference that the Jindal Global University has organized just after the post-COVID, when the fears of the third wave are still lurking large on our minds. And that is where the online education, the education through the way we started happening in the March 2020 becoming more important. And just now, Professor Joseph Berg had very beautifully explained about the challenges that lie ahead. And before that, Dr. Rajkumar himself and Professor Glass has also mentioned about the necessity of this conference at this hour. So I would like to reflect some of the things which earlier speakers have already spoken. One of them is about the way education is going to be carried out in the future. I think the pure classroom-based education is going to be now one of the areas which will continue to happen, but nevertheless, a lot of online things will start happening. And that is what we have learned. I was just reflecting way back in 2011 when Peter Norvig and Sebastian Thrun floated a course which was on artificial intelligence, a basic introduction to artificial intelligence. 160,000 students joined that course. And surprisingly, 20,000 students completed the course. Of course, today the rate of completion is much lower than what it used to be. So unless we make it interesting in an online mode, students will not be continuing to have that course continued. They will feel that, this is no use, and then they will go back. So online has many challenges. How do we really create a coursework in a manner that the interest is continued? And for that pedagogy, for that research, for that engaging with teachers as well as students is very important. A lot of research is required to be done for online education. And we talk today of blended learning or blended education, where part of the course can be in the online mode, part of the course, especially where there are laboratory classes or tutorials or interaction required, strong interaction, we may have to come back to the classrooms. And this is all what is happening during COVID time. In India, we had this new education policy also came in during the same time. They are both almost simultaneously. In the last 1.5 years, we have seen a lot of changes in the higher education sector, be it emphasis on multidisciplinarity. I'm sure Jindal Global University already has multidisciplinarity, but there has been a great emphasis on multidisciplinarity. No monodiscipline university or college should continue. They should graduate into multidisciplinary. And that is what is all education about. Dr. Rajkumar talked about our first education minister. Much before that, Swami Vivekananda had already said, education is nothing but to bring out the excellence already in man. And how do we bring it out? That is through the spirit of inquiry, inquisitiveness, questioning, and rational thinking. And that is all what science does actually. And therefore, in order to bring it to practice, our role of teachers day in and day out is going to become important, because this is what many teachers often ask us as a regulatory body. If everything is going to become online education, what will be the role of teachers? Role of teachers as mentors, role of teachers as people who will be able to support, identify talent, and nurture it is going to become all the more important than ever before. And that is why we need to train our teachers also in this. And the policy also, our new education policy has a format where multiple exit, multiple entry is also talked about. So any student of any background, how can he be empowered to come into education system in higher education, and then outcomes as are perceived through the education have to be achieved at the end of the program. So one of the classical things which we have started looking at is the National Educational Technology Forum, NEAT, under which already there are huge number of courses which are available, which are all artificial intelligence based, and they train the students depending on their earlier, whatever learning was there. Over and above that, how do they take them to the outcomes that are required or desired to be achieved at the end of the program. So some of them will continue and complete the program, of course, shorter duration, some will take longer duration. And that's why even in the education system, probably in the years to come, the programs which are of 2 years duration, 3 years duration, 4 years duration are likely to dissolve. And there will be a number of credits, a certain number of courses, credits, which a person has to achieve or get them. And that is what can happen through the academic bank of credits, which has already been inculcated. So a student may do it at his own pace. Someone having a faster pace may continue and complete the program course much faster than some others. And someone may take longer time. This is what is the flexibility, the freedom, not only for institutions, but for the pure stakeholder, that is the student, is also going to be possible through the NEP 2020. As far as governance structure is concerned, there has been a great emphasis on autonomy. This is self-governance. Unless institutions are given enough academic freedom to innovate and to have their own programs, their own choices of the way, nature of program that they would like to bring in, I think there would not be further research in those areas, no innovation can take place, and therefore flexibility and autonomy are very, very crucial. But nevertheless, despite this freedom and autonomy which is going to be given, people have to have their own, what we say, accountability. That is very, very important. And the policy talks about not only access, equity, along with that quality, but more important, accountability and affordability. And now the new education policy, when it is giving a lot of emphasis on online education, distance education, I'm sure affordability becomes much easier. So when the course which is created can be simultaneously be viewed and observed and of students than in a classroom with 50 or 100 students, naturally the overheads will get reduced and thereby affordability also comes into picture. And therefore, the COVID time has really energized us into innovating in the education sector, be it in terms of developing faculty, developing leadership, developing different variety of courses, pedagogical aspects, and I'm sure the future is very bright, increasing the gross enrollment ratio from the present 27% to 50%, which is another area of concern which the NEP 2020 has talked about in the next 10, 15 years. I'm sure all of these facets are going to have entry into the higher education system. But last but not the least, many times there have been discussions on skill education and general education. I think no general education is useful unless a person is skilled, and no skilled person will become useful and can rise in hierarchy without the general education. And therefore, this division as something as skilled education, something as general education also needs to be dissolved. And the National Higher Education Qualification Framework, which is coming in India, which has the elements of the general education as well as skill education. What earlier we used to have, what is known as NSQF, National Skill Qualification Framework, how that gets integrated into the higher education sector in the NHEQF is very significant and important, and easy mobility between skill education to general and the vice versa must be possible through the accumulation of credits of one type or the other, and then the award of the degrees. I think these are all exciting times. There are challenges, of course, in implementing all that theoretically what is being talked about, but we are all at it, and I'm sure in the coming days, a lot of transformation is going to happen in the Indian education system and can show the world that there are certain things which India can also contribute to the world as a Vishwaguru. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you, Professor Sahasrabuddhe, and for your talk and especially your reflections on the National Education Policy 2020. And we really hope that we'll be able to successfully implement the policy recommendations and, as you rightly said, help transform the higher education sector in India. Thank you, Professor Sahasrabuddhe, very much. I would now like to, Namaskar, I would now like to invite Professor Pankaj Mittal, Secretary of the Indian Association of Universities, and also a former Fulbright scholar and a top scholar in the field of agricultural statistics. She has an experience of about 3 decades in higher education in policy planning and management in higher education. She has served as the Vice Chancellor of Bhagat Phul Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya in Haryana for several years and introduced a series of innovative practices and reforms as the Vice Chancellor of the only rural residential multi-faculty women's university of the country, which imparts education to over 7,000 girls from kindergarten till PhD level in a holistic manner. She's a much traveled scholar and has traveled around the world to various countries and delivered speeches and has been awarded the Fulbright Fellowship, Fulbright Nehru Scholarship Grant for Educational Administrators, the President Award for Digital Initiatives in Higher Education, Quimpro Gold Standard Award for Higher Education, Honoris Causa from Karnataka Women University, and Subhashini Devi Award for community engagement. Over to you, Professor Mittal. It's a pleasure to welcome you to speak at this conference.
Thank you, Mosami. Thank you very much, and thank you for the generous introduction too. Namaste from India. And I think Namaste is now becoming a universal form of greeting instead of good morning, afternoon, evening, and all. So Namaste, which is newly emerging greeting form post-COVID in the new normal. So Namaste to all of you. I am from Association of Indian Universities. And thanks to Dr. Raj Moshmi for sort of inviting me here and also for making AIU as a partner institution for this important global conference. The Association of Indian Universities, as many of you would be knowing, is an association of about 870 universities right now. And we are indulging in many activities, including academic research, sports, youth affairs, and equivalence of foreign degrees with the Indian degrees. That means we are looking after the holistic development of the students as a whole, not only academics and research, but also sports, youth affairs and all. And when this corona struck and all the universities and colleges were closed all over the world, and in India, we were wondering what to do. I mean, because when the universities are closed, what will the students do? What will the teachers do? And slowly, our university teachers and universities started opening up virtually. And when they started opening up virtually, then we thought, as a responsible association of universities, that we should be helping our universities in opening up. And therefore, we did many programs to ensure that the teaching doesn't suffer. For example, infrastructure we could not create because we didn't have that type of money with us. But of course, we did a lot of capacity building of the teachers, because during the COVID, although teachers started teaching online, but they didn't know how to teach effectively online. So we did a partnership with an agency called Quaspare in UK and opened a platform called QuedX, in which there were many online programs for sort of training the teachers on how to teach online effectively. So these type of activities we took. We took also online workshops for the teachers to sort of tell them about various platforms, like we are right now talking on Zoom platform. So these platforms all emerged during the COVID. So we did all these activities to almost ensure that the teachers and the students do not suffer. And I should also say that we also conducted a survey to see the preparedness of Indian universities for online education. And the survey did tell us that, of course, infrastructure was an issue, as indicated by Dr. Raj also in his speech. But the bigger issue was capacity building of the teachers and the capacity building of the students, on which we were working a lot. And then when you say that higher education for greater good, Dr. Sahasrabudhe has talked about how post-COVID teaching learning will take place, what will be the role of teachers, what will be the role of technology. So I will not go into those aspects, but when we talk of higher education for the greater good, I feel that higher education is important not only for the students within the four walls of the university, that is the ones who have taken admission within in the university. Higher education is also important for the people who are outside the four walls of the university. And right now, there is a sort of a disconnect between the universities and the society. And initially, and incidentally, the first university in the world was established in India itself, Takshila. At that time also, it was felt that because of the university in that area, the whole area will develop, the community will develop because of the university. But slowly, universities started losing that touch, and there was a total disconnect between the universities and the society. So the people within the four walls of the university felt that they are sort of elite people, and the ones who are outside, they are, say, sort of lesser mortals. So what we need to do is that we need to build a bridge between the university and the society. Therefore, the university Moshmi was referred to, that Women University in Sonipat, very near to OP Jindal University. There we try to make a center. I mean, mostly universities, you will say Center for University Industry, University Industry Interaction and something. But in the university, the first center which we built was Center for Society, University Interface and Research, because we wanted to have an interface with the society. So in that particular center, we tried to bridge the gap between the university and the community. We did many programs which were sort of 50% in the classroom, 50% in the community. We adopted many villages and sort of even developed small technologies for them. So I think that is very important, that how we build the bridges between the university and the community. So I think today I will be talking a little bit about that how we can build a link or the bridge, and I mean, we normally talk about the corporate social responsibility, but what about the university social responsibility? What about the individual social responsibility? What about the teacher social responsibility? What about the student social responsibility? So all these responsibilities are important, and it is important for the universities to inculcate these responsibilities in the students. Not only the responsibility for the community within or out nearby the university, but overall also, because when you think of, say, sustainable development goals, there are 17 sustainable development goals. So far India's position is around 120, but and we have just 9 years left with us. By 2030 we have to accomplish all the sustainable development goals. I do realize that Jindal Global University did a sustainable development survey within the university, and they had a very good rank about that. Congratulations to Jindal for that. But universities as a whole should be contributing to sustainable development goals. So this year, when we were having our vice chancellors conferences, and when we talked about the topic that realizing SDGs through HEIs, that how the sustainable development goals, all the 17, not only the 4 which relates to quality education, but all the 17 development goals, how can the universities contribute in realizing them? So 2 of the conferences are already over, and we are realizing that without the contribution of the higher education institutions, we just cannot realize the SDGs. So higher education institutions have to contribute a lot in realizing those SDGs. It could be multiple ways. It could be within the university, you make a university sustainable, make it, within the campus of the university, SDG should be realized. Then they can be doing some sort of a research so that the country as a whole can realize. They can do a policy research, what type of policies can be there. They can be partnership, like generally we talk of partnership between the university and the industry, but we can have partnership with the government. Government can do allocate even third-party surveys to the university so that they can tell that whatever government schemes are there, how much of implementation was there. There can be research in the university, there can be realization in the university. So there are many ways in which the universities can participate in realizing SDGs. But right now I am talking about how a particular university can help in realizing the development of the community around the university. So that is something which I want to talk about. That is the university social responsibility. And in my opinion, the way we implemented it in our university, there are about 6 ways in which the university and society can build bridges amongst themselves. First is linking learning with the community. So whatever learning or teaching we are doing in the university, that can be linked with the community in terms of, say, tweaking the syllabi. In syllabi, for example, we are doing a number of experiments at a very lower level. If I say that, for example, in chemistry lab, we are doing, say, salt analysis. So in addition to the salt analysis, can the students do the soil analysis or the water analysis of the neighboring villages and tell them that what your soil is deficient in, whether the water is fit for drinking or not? So this type of linking learning with the connective community will lead to a general development of the community, and the community will also feel that the university thinks about us. So tweaking every syllabus, for example, chemistry student can do this, say history students can write the history of the villages, education students can do the survey of the villages. Sometimes of there can be different types of survey, education survey or social survey or whatever survey. So there can be multiple ways in which the syllabi in every course can be tweaked so that the relationship with the community is established. It is beneficial to the community. For example, when this COVID struck, the students of the university could go to the villages or to the neighboring community to spread awareness about the hygiene, about masking, about social distancing, or even could make them aware of the benefits of the vaccination so that more people get vaccinated. So this type of linking learning with the community is required. That was the first way. Second is linking research with the community. So whatever research is being conducted in the university, that is okay, high-end research can be there, but there can be a lot of community-based research in which the community can also be involved. For example, in India, we have a Garhwal University Mountain Research Center, in which the villagers who are mountain people, they know a lot about mountains. We generally discard their knowledge. We feel that the knowledge lies within the walls of the university. Outside the walls, the knowledge is not there. So we generally have a tendency that we will be teaching the community, but community can also teach us. So linking research with the community knowledge so that we can have community-based research. That is very, very important way of linking with the community. Third is knowledge sharing and mobilization. So we can have surveys to help the community to avail government schemes. For example, in India, many times the government is floating many scheems, but the community is not aware of them. Community people don't even know how to avail those schemes, even if they are aware. So if the university students can go and tell them that how to avail those schemes, or even, for example, the Jindal has a legal department. So in the community, there is a lot of legal aid required. So if the university students can go for legal aid camps, if like in our university, we used to have Ayurveda college. So if our university students can go for medical camps, so this type of knowledge sharing and mobilization. And then many of you would be aware that the Indian system of medicine, that is Ayurveda, is something in which the knowledge rests with the community more than the university. So if that knowledge sharing can be there, we had a course called folk medicine. In folk medicine, our students used to gather information from the community regarding what is good for treatment of human as well as cattle. And many good information they used to get, and then they used to standardize it, document it, and then keep it so that it is available for future generations. Otherwise, this important information will go away with our old age people who were the sort of the storehouse, treasure house of this type of information. So third is knowledge sharing and mobilization. Fourth is devising new curricula and courses. So earlier we were talking of tweaking the existing courses, but then there can be new curricula and courses. For example, in our university, we had 3 courses. One was microfinancing, one was energy resource management, and third was folk medicine, which I was just talking about. So in all these 3 courses, it was on 50-50 basis. So 50% in the classroom and 50% in the community. And our students used to go and talk to the village women about the microfinancing, how to have microcredits, how to even open a bank account, how to even take out money from the ATM using the ATM card. So all this knowledge was not there with the villagers, but slowly, whenever, especially the women. So when we saw the women opening their bank accounts and having their own shops or something so that they are financially independent, we could see the feeling of empowerment on their faces. So this is another, that devising new curricula and courses. Fifth method is including practitioners as teachers. So again, we call industry people as adjunct professors in our university, but we never think of calling a local village person to talk to our students. For example, water management. Our villagers do water management in a very excellent manner. They know so many things about the farming also. So are we ever calling them for teaching our students? So in our university, again, I come back to the university again and again. In our university, we used to have a demonstration center for vertical farming, that how to do the vertical farming but for increasing the income of the farmers. So there the local practitioners used to come and tell the students, because out of our students, many were also from the farming community. So not only this, but there are many ways in which the local practitioners can be brought to the university, and they can be talking to the students and tell them about the knowledge which lies with them. And the last could be social innovations by students, social impact projects. For example, again, Jindal University will be in line with it. In Haryana, the state where the university is, our university and Jindal University is, there was a program in Hindi, we call it Nasha Bandi program, in which the village women, they didn't want their husbands to drink and waste their money in all this liquor and all. So they did a Nasha Bandi. Nasha Bandi means the men should not drink that much. So they had a very big project, and then the liquor was almost, very much reduced, and the money which was going out, it was not there. Similarly, there was a Chipko Andolan, which was again a community-based Andolan to save the forests, in which the village women used to sort of cling to a tree so that the tree, they said, we will not allow you to fell the tree. So that all those movements which are the social community-based movements, they can also be undertaken through the university students. So I feel that the university should contribute a lot in the development of the society around the university. And unless that is done, the full objective of the university is not realized. Teaching, learning, research is good, that should be done, that is the main mandate of the university. But apart from that, this mandate, that how to relate to the community, how to connect with the community, how to make community as a part of the university, that is also very, very important. And it is high time that we should look into it. And then after that, when I came back to UGC from the university, we saw that there was a big program by the government of India called Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. In Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, which is being sort of conducted by IIT Delhi in whole of the country, the universities are involved in developing technology and even customizing technology for the benefit of the community. So that particular program has taken off very well, and the universities have started contributing in the community development. So I feel this should be taken up in a big way. They should find a place in the rankings of the universities. They should find place in the performance appraisal of the teachers, and they should also find place in giving credits to the students, because unless the credits are given to the students, students feel that it is not worth doing. So community development as a mainstreaming the university social responsibility is very, very important. And the importance to the community development can be established only if we involve the students as well as the teachers fully into it, by giving them the benefit of community engagement also. Of course, it should come from within. From within, you should think that it should be there. But in addition to that, if we can give the credits to the student, if we can give some performance appraisal rankings to the teachers based on this can go a long way. So with this, I would once again thank Jindal University Star Network for inviting me here and giving me an opportunity to interact with all of you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mittal, for this enlightening talk and reminding all of us the importance of community engagement with regards to higher education. Many a times we really don't think in that way, and many universities around the world have been operating like ivory towers, isolated from the community and the society around. And the pandemic has taught us all the more the need for this kind of outreach and community engagement. And today, right after the inaugural session, we have a special UNESCO Chairs session, and we'll also hear more about it from the UNESCO Chair in Community-Based Participatory Research and Social Responsibility in Higher Education. And thank you, ma'am, for sharing your work and your experience in this area. It's always a pleasure listening to you. And I would now like to call upon Professor K.K. Agarwal, Chairman of the National Board of Accreditation, to speak. Professor Agarwal has been associated with the National Board of Accreditation in various capacities since its inception, before becoming the chairman in January 2019. He's an engineer and professor who has worked in the field of computer engineering and information technology. He's the founder, vice chancellor of Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University. He served as the president of the Computer Society of India from 2007 to 2009 and held the position of the vice president of the Southeast Asia Regional Computer Federation from 2008 to 2009 before becoming the president. Professor Agarwal was conferred the Honorary Fellowship of Broadcast Society of India. He has been decorated with Lifetime Achievement Award by the Institution of Electronics and Telecommunications Engineers and also by the Computer Society of India. Over to you, Professor Agarwal. We are looking forward to hear from you what you have to say during this inaugural session.
Thank you so much, Maushmi-ji, for a nice introduction, and it's a pleasure to be here virtually though. Let me first of all thank Professor Rajkumar for inviting me to this session to share my experiences with the great audience which we have, spanning 40 countries and 300 members. So it's a great forum, and OP Jindal Global University, which is hosting this conference of transnational workers in India this time, I think must be complimented for taking this initiative, and rightly so. As a matter of fact, the two organizers which I see here, Professor Rajkumar and Dr. Pankaj Mittal, I think that's the best combination of innovation and creativity which we could have. And if I don't hear from them for a week, I feel something has gone wrong somewhere, because something must keep on moving and making an impactful beginning. So I'm so happy that the two organizations and two individuals have come together to host this STAR conference, and I'm sure over the period of 3 days, you will really find the impact visible. Dr. Pankaj just talked about sustainability also, and let me start with that. I saw the report which Professor Raj sent me about the sustainability studies and the survey of the campus of the university per se, although it had implications all over. I mean, I was surprised to see almost every dustbin mapped and every electric point mapped and things like that. The meticulous details in which that survey had been prepared. It's not that those details matter to the finding of the survey. According to me, those details matter to the students who were involved in the survey, that how details have to be captured, how micro details have to be captured. I have been many a times saying that in India particularly, but probably all over the world, we have macro managers who see the sky and forget about the ground. And then we have micromanagers who just keep on doing commas and full stops and forget about the totality of the situation. And unfortunately, very rarely we find a person who could be macro and minor and macro and micro at the same time, and thereby really give the leadership which you are kind of thing looking for. One of your great focus on the conference today is leadership, institutional resilience, and equity. And therefore, I'll talk about only these 3 points for some minutes. So I remember in one of my convocations, I said I'm looking for leaders who could be micros on Mondays and macros on Tuesdays, and that could be perfectly fine with us. Because unless you have the, as they say, unless you can have the crow's view of the things and the snail's view of the things, you really don't find solutions. To find solutions to the problems, you must have crow's view and you must have snail's view. And if I talk back on that survey which Raj sent me, it had both. So that's my very pleasing studies which we have. Otherwise, we get either of the two, but not both. So thank you very much for taking up those things. And I have been following up this university from day one, practically, because I was in Haryana at that time when this university was set up. And the chancellor of the university, Mr. Naveen Jindal, was personally known to me as well as his father. So we had a family connection and looking forward to this university's growth. And I still remember having met Raj before he joined this university. He used to be in Hong Kong at the time. But the way he has developed this university, not only from the point of view of scale, but from the point of view of content and the spirit, makes me feel very happy that we still have brighter hopes in this country. Even the other day, I was having a meeting with the World Bank on the next project for technical education improvement. And there was some discussion about private universities and public universities and things like that. I said, please don't tell me that there is no quality in private. Number may be less, but peaks are almost equal now. So therefore, when I look to the quality of higher education, which ultimately will impact the leadership, it's not a governance structure at all which comes into picture. It's your mindset which comes into picture. We have in this country very hopeless government institutions, and we have in this country very super private universities. So according to me, the debate between public and private is a generated debate to divert the attentions. It should really not be a subject of debate. Subject of debate should be how can we infuse quality in higher education? How can we give the leadership of the kind which we want? And when you talk about greater good, higher education for the greater good, I think all education is for the greater good only. And I'm emphasizing on the word only because if we start questioning whether education is for greater good or not, then I don't know where are we. I mean, if education is to be questioned whether it's for greater good or not, then I think this question itself makes us feel about the doubtfulness of this. I personally feel if one has to count one single parameter which can take a country forward, which can take the world forward, it's education, education, and education only. And all levels of education, whether it's primary education, higher education, technical education, teacher education, vocational education, skill education, whatever. But all kind of education is the only key to development, and we have to respect that. And this question that education for the greater good, yes, yes, and yes, yes. Then your colon comes leadership. Unless you have leaders, your debate about education for the greater good will remain a question mark, because it's only the leaders which can take the things forward. And if you have leaders, nothing can stop. I had jotted down last night some points we have to talk to, but Pankaj gave me a nice idea. Talk about George University. It's always very easy and very effective because you have dealt with it, you have made it, you have experienced it. So what I'm trying to say is leadership is very difficult to define, but leadership shows off. Leadership reflects. And to think of a good quality higher education institution without a good leader is practically impossible. Whatever you may talk about the team working and communication skills and collaboration and whatnot, you ought to have a good leader for a good high quality institution. I remember the previous education minister of the country having some discussions on implementation of national education policy, and he just casually asked me, what is your take, Dr. Agarwal? I said, give me 100 good vice chancellors every year and give me 5,000 good school teachers every year. Rest everything will be managed. You don't have to worry about anything else once you have these two ends taken care of. If you don't have these two ends taken care of, then whatever we will do, we will fail. Because unless the leadership is there, things don't happen. So friends, when we talk about this debate for the greater good, I think certainly yes, and leadership counts a lot. And when we talk about leadership, when I see in the context of this country, although it's an international platform, but nonetheless, all of us are always slaves to our own mindsets in some sense. When we talk about in this country, leadership is, and talking in context of higher education institutions, this policy, the national education policy to which Professor Sahasrabudhe also referred to, talks about two very great leadership incentives. One is autonomy to the institutions, and second is getting rid of affiliation system in the country. I have always believed that affiliation system is a system which allows you, I'm sorry for a strong statement, which allows you to do wrong things and shift it to the affiliating university. So you didn't own the responsibility fully, And because as National Board of Accreditation Chairman, when we talk about outcome-based education to the colleges, they say, sir, but how can we do outcome-based education? Our university defines the syllabus for us. Our university conducts the exam for us. So where do you expect us to do outcome-based education? I agree with their argument partially, but not fully. One can do a lot, even with all the constraints, and that is where the management term out-of-box thinking comes in. Boxes are always defined for you. And to be able to think out of the box is the solution. So even in the affiliation system, we could do great things, and many institutions have done, but far few. But a very important component of this policy is to make every institution a degree awarding institution, maybe over a period of 15 years. I hope we are able to. Because that will give a greater chance of exhibiting leadership to the heads of all institutions. And unless leadership is proven or demonstrated, it really does not affect the student community. You may be a great leader, but if you sleep with your great dreams and don't come out, then the community is not affected. Dr. Pankaj Mittal referred at length to the community connect with the universities. That's one thing which we really lack in this country and lack very heavily. I mean, I've seen almost all good, highly ranked universities in the world do have local mayor on their governing bodies because they believe local problems have to be attended to. Local studies have to be encouraged. And in our country, we want to stay away from local mayors because they create more problems than solutions. So local connect with the global ideas has to be one of the aims of the universities, which we sort of subconsciously shied away. I was in a university abroad and they were trying to select a president for the university. And because I was there, so I asked them, what is your selection committee for the president? They told me 8 names, including 2 young teachers of the university. I mean, coming from India, I was surprised. How can young teachers select their own vice chancellor? So out of the curiosity, I said, I like to talk to those 2 young teachers for 5 minutes. I said, how come you want to select your president? They said, stakes are ours, sir. If we get a bad vice chancellor, our careers are ruined. So we don't want to take the risk of others selecting a bad leader for us. And that is why we want to put our stakes on record and we want to make sure that we have the best available leader to lead us. Now that's the kind of leadership we are looking for in the higher education. When you talk about the post-COVID scenario, I mean, I read a quote which makes a lot of sense. They say that the award for the best teacher 2020 should go to COVID because COVID taught us more than any teacher has taught during the whole year. And that's a fact. And people have talked about, I think Raj in the beginning, initial remarks, talked about online education and how we have survived the 2 years or 1.5 years by giving degrees to the students. I'm cautious about my words. By giving degrees to the students, whether we have been able to give the knowledge is a question mark. To a good extent, he himself came up with the statistics that only 15%, it's a terrific figure, 15% had all the prerequisites for online education. So even if we believe that those 15% had perfect online education, which is not a correct assumption, still look at the figures. Yesterday only I was reading a book on accreditation because that's my job these days, so I keep. This is grades A, B, C is a very good reflection as symbols. But whether it's a reflection as knowledge is doubtful, is debatable. And that was not COVID time. And during the COVID time, what we have done, 100% grade marks. And what is the knowledge? And on the other hand, there are a lot many publications which tell us the learning deficit which we have created during this COVID period. It's terrific. And I think 2 days before I was hearing Raghuram Rajan, who was our RBI governor in the country. He was saying that we have to very seriously work for a couple of years to make sure that the learning deficit which we have brought in the students is made up, because we have never done that. Second thing which I thought is when you say leadership, autonomy, accountability also somebody mentioned. Accountability is not only financial accountability. I mean, that's a very, very limited concept of looking at the accountability. As a matter of fact, I mean, I always said as Vice Chancellor also that financial accountability is nothing for a Vice Chancellor. We have much greater accountability. I mean, I even made a statement that if my accounts officer is dishonest, I can tolerate it. But if my examination officer is dishonest, I just can't hear it. Because I mean, he can do much greater damage to the university than the accounts person. So accountability has to be assumed at a very high level. And we are surprised at times that many leaders do not want to accept autonomy. I mean, we have cases where they don't accept autonomy. I mean, nearer home, when Delhi College of Engineering was converted into Delhi University, I mean, there were strikes in the college. And the reason was that from the government service, now we will become autonomous university. Now, that's the kind of mindset which is there, which will take time to go. But we have taken a beginning in this direction, and I'm sure with the passage of time, we will take care of. Friends, when we talk about post-COVID scenario, which is your main theme of the conference, and one of the reasons of talking about post-COVID is that we had many disparities always. World has never been equal and probably will never be equal. Disparities were always there: financial disparity, academic disparity, social disparity. But COVID has created another very serious disparity, digital disparity, and which has come to the fore. It was always there, but as long as it was not a question of our survival, it didn't make a difference. But now it's making a difference. As a matter of fact, I still remember in one of the webinars I told, now let's stop thinking of giving subsidy as dal and chawal. Let's give subsidy as smartphones, because that subsidy will be much more important and rational than dal chawal. Maybe debatable, but the point is it has become equally important.
You can explain what is dal chawal to our international audience a bit.
What I mean is subsidy in food or subsidy in making a living is important, but if you're not able, if your child is not able to study at all, then it makes a lot of difference. And that did become the realistic situation. I again quote Raj statistics, 15%. And but even if I take plus minus something, but the situation is bad enough. I think day before I was studying a survey where they said 40% of the people or the children could not use the smartphone even if it was in their home, because father has to take to work the same smartphone. There's only one smartphone. So what to do? And things like that. So friends, when I say post-COVID scenario, I think the role of leadership will be much more challenging. Because when we have to take care of differences, leadership really matters. When you have to take care of similarities, leadership is easy. When you have to take care of differences, leadership matters. And that's a serious point which we have to think. I was saying in lighter vein, you can probably distribute wealth to some extent with some uniformity, but you can't distribute ignorance. and ignorance level will change from student A to student B, and to bring them to some sort of level to be able to be taken forward is a great challenge for leadership. Professor Sahasrabudhe did talk about multidisciplinary education, flexibility, all that will come in, but all that will require much more leadership qualities, because when you have to guide every student which subject to choose from, you need a much better leader. When the course content was defined uniformly for the whole class, academic leadership was much less important. But now when you have to design the academic content for each student separately, academic leadership will be very, very important. And when you talk about collaboration, this is your conference is a practical example of it. I mean, connecting 40 countries for a collaborative thematic conference, seeing and talking about how the research and academics should carry on the post-COVID is a great case study, and it has become easy today because post-COVID. We have learned using online platforms so well that we are confidently doing this conference. Otherwise, connecting people physically from 40 countries at one place is a much greater challenge which we had. So these are some of the positive learnings which we had. But when we talk about equity and multidisciplinarity, I think if a professor of computer science from India has to collaborate with a professor of law in, say, Australia, that will come much more easy now. And I believe once you are doing that, we can combine many differences together. When we collaborate with the professor outside the country, let it be from a different subject, let it be from a different dimension, and that will bring in much more closer to the realistic situation of problems, and we should be able to go forward on this. So friends, I believe we are on the right direction. Leadership is much more challenging, and therefore much more is expected of the leaders now, academic leaders, than it was expected pre-COVID. COVID is one, but there are many disruptions. NEP is another disruption which has come in the country and the worldwide also. The rate of change of knowledge is another disruption which had never been so rapid. So with all these disruptions moving therein, somebody rightly put in, now we need convex lens leaders. What he says by convex lens leaders is a convex lens takes rays from everything and focuses them on burning something or on putting the rays together. So you need convex lens leaders, take inputs from many people, but then many disciplines, many regions, many subjects, but then focus them on building a much better product. Leaders will have to be now much more risk-taking than was earlier. And I think that's an essential trait which we have to bring in. I was reading a paper which nicely titled as A Law of Wasted Effort. And it describes nature had designed much of the effort to be wasted, don't worry. And the example which the author gives is even the lion, whom we call king of the jungle, succeeds only 25% of the times in his prey. 75% of the times he fails, and still he is king of the jungle. But in our universities, you are not allowed to fail even once. Your every decision must be a success, and therefore you don't take the risk. And nature, he goes on to further, he says seeds of the trees, how many are converted into plants? Raindrops, how many are converted into pearls? So nature has permitted a lot of risk taking, and we are not getting used to it. So therefore we say more and more we connect to the nature, we will learn risk taking also, which is a must for the leaders anyway. So with these few remarks, that much greater challenge for leaders, particularly in post-COVID area, and the new demanding area of higher education and research in the universities, much more multidisciplinarity demanded, much more flexibility demanded. The demands from leaders is of very high quality, and I think to Whether or to what extent we can train the leadership, yes, I think we have to put in our universities a lot of effort in producing leaders also, because that's what we will need a lot. So with this, I think I once again thank Professor Raj and all his team to give me an opportunity to be a part of this great organization's conference. And I'm sure the audience will have an academic treat for 3 days. And I'm so happy to be a part of it and share all your concerns which you are discussing over the 3 days. And I'm sure of the success. Thanks a lot. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Professor K.K. Agarwal, for your enlightening talk, and especially today on the Human Rights Day, highlighting the challenges related to equity, access, and all these other things that lies ahead in the post-pandemic world, particularly for institutional leaders in higher education. And thanks to all our keynote speakers this morning, once again, Dr. Joseph Burke, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Dr. Sahasrabuddhi, and Dr. Agarwal. Each one of you have highlighted the challenges that lies ahead of all of us, but at the same time, in your own way, you have also shown us rays of hope through which leaders can actually, as you said, leaders will have to be convex lens leaders, Dr. Agarwal. The way in which leaders can really take ideas and thoughts from different stakeholders, and they can navigate through these challenges by a focused approach to solving problems and taking the institutions ahead through these troubled times. Thank you, all of you. Thank you to our Vice Chancellor, Professor C. Rajkumar, for delivering the special address. Thank you to our colleague, Dr. Chris Glass, the Vice President of Star Scholars Network, for introducing the theme of this conference, Higher Education for the Greater Good. We are now closing this inaugural session. We'll rejoin again at 10:30 for the special UNESCO Chair panel with Dr. Rajesh Tandon. Unfortunately, Dr. Rajini Naidu, who is also UNESCO Chair for Higher Education Management, had to excuse herself at the last minute because of a family emergency for which she had to run to the hospital. So we'll only hear from Dr. Rajesh Tandon, the UNESCO Chair in Community-Based Research and Social Responsibility in Higher Education, at 10:30. We'll be back again for the UNESCO Chair panel. Thank you all for joining. Namaskar.
Thank you, Mosmi. Thank you very much.
Namaste once again, everyone. I'm Dr. Moshmi Mukherjee from Jindal Global University, welcoming all of you back to our day one of the STAR 2021 Global Conference being hosted by the International Institute of Higher Education Research and Capacity Building at Jindal Global University. This session is titled the UNESCO Chair Panel. As those of you who have seen our conference program, you must have seen that we had two UNESCO chairs as speakers, Dr. Rajesh Tandon and Dr. Rajni Naidu, to be moderated by Mr. Aditya Malkani, South and East Asia representative of the Association of Commonwealth Universities. I would really like to now invite Dr. Aditya Malkani, rather than further ado, to introduce himself, to talk a little bit more about his work, and then introduce our UNESCO chair speaker for the session. Mr. Malkani, over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mukherjee, for that wonderful opening comment. Colleagues, a very good morning to one and all. I'm certain you've enjoyed this morning's inaugural session as much as I have, listening in to expert views from wonderful colleagues from academia and beyond, many of whom I must say are close associates, collaborators, and partners of the Association of Commonwealth Universities. As Dr. Mukherjee said, my name is Aditya Malkani, and I'm the South and East Asia representative at the Association of Commonwealth Universities, a global universities network with over 500 member institutions in 50 plus Commonwealth countries. And I must add, with nearly 2/3 of our membership in the developing world. As we begin today's session, colleagues, I have one unfortunate announcement to make, which is that unfortunately, Professor Rajni Naidu will not be able to join us today on account of a family health emergency. But we will, of course, have the great pleasure of listening to Dr. Tandon's wonderful comments. Before I introduce Dr. Tandon, I just thought I'll take this opportunity to say that the theme of today's conference and the focus of today's session is very, very closely connected to the ACU's own mission, which is to build a better world through higher education. At the ACU, colleagues, we believe in the transformative power of universities for individuals, for communities, and nations, and all of our work is testimony to this mission. The ACU's approach to building partnerships is equitable, sustainable, and focuses on strengthening the capacity of our member universities for the long term. We believe that there should be a tangible and lasting change as a result of a partnership, whether this is in the area of teaching, research, student and faculty exchange, or collaborative education. At the ACU, we do our best to promote knowledge sharing and knowledge democracy through our university networks and communities of practice in climate resilience, peace and reconciliation, higher education and the SDGs, supporting research, and human resources in higher education. These networks and communities connect nearly 2,000 colleagues across our membership, providing platforms for staff and students from universities around the Commonwealth to share ideas and best practice, and indeed to build partnership. The Asian region is one where we have nearly 250 member institutions, with 150 member institutions based in India alone. Our esteemed hosts for today, Jindal Global University, have been such a strong partner in delivering our mission in India and indeed across the Commonwealth. It's really been a pleasure to work with colleagues at Jindal, Professor Rajkumar, Dr. Moshmi Mukherjee, and countless others in doing what we do for the benefit of higher education and for students and staff across the Commonwealth. On this note, and without further ado, I have the real great pleasure and honor of introducing our keynote speaker at today's UNESCO Chairs panel, Dr. Rajesh Tandon. For many, and certainly for me, Dr. Tandon needs absolutely no introduction. He is the founder of PRIA, Participatory Research in Asia, which I was told is currently celebrating 40 years as a global research and training center. Dr. Tandon is also UNESCO Chair in Community-Based Research and Social Responsibility in Higher Education, and will be speaking today, colleagues, on the all-important topic of social responsibility of higher education increases post-pandemic. I won't come in the way of the audience listening to Dr. Tandon's inspiring comments any longer. So over to you, Dr. Tandon. We're all full of attention and looking forward to hearing your comments.
Thank you, Aditya. Thank you so much for your very thoughtful overview of the Association of Commonwealth Universities. And I have had and continue to have strong and mutually beneficial partnership with many colleagues of the association over the last 2 decades. Special thanks to Dr. Maushami Mukherjee for inviting me, Professor Rajkumar for inviting me, and hosting this very interesting and important, timely conversation on the positioning, contribution, and the future of higher education in all our societies. So, namaskar and good morning, good afternoon, good evening. We are learned to be in different parts of the world, but simultaneously connected. So, thank you very much for this occasion. Over the last 18 months or so, the pandemic is a significant impact on all our lives, all our work, all our societies, all our communities. It is the single largest impact which is universal, and in a particular way, it has affected educational institutions. The lockdowns, the restrictions, the inability to continue learning for students, continue teaching for teachers, continue research for researchers, has had enormous impact already. Much has been written about it, much has been talked about it. What does it tell us about the future? And how can we position our work and our institutions as we move ahead? The first thing to recognize is that teaching and learning suddenly got disrupted. We shut down university campuses, hostels, classrooms, research labs, and what was a natural and assumed practice of collaboration between learners and teachers, between researchers, between academics, and that natural process disrupted learning for all. It disrupted the process, and unfortunately, the disruption has continued for a very long time. Many young people have lost a whole academic year, if not year and a half, trying to cope with it. And while we have produced temporary solutions on online learning, many of our institutions were not equipped to be able to do so adequately. Many of our institutions lack the digital infrastructure, they lack capacities among teachers to facilitate teaching and learning, and more importantly, many of our students lack that. 2 days ago, Dr. Sona Jharia Minj, who is a computer science professor at Jawaharlal Nehru University in Delhi, recently appointed last year as first indigenous woman vice chancellor of Sodo Kanu Murmu University in Dumka in Jharkhand, and a university which covers 7 districts and 50 affiliated colleges, including teacher training colleges. She was in our office 2 days ago, and in the interaction narrated her data sciences experience. They invited students last fall, sometime around this time last year, to fill a form saying, would you prefer to take online exam or not? And she said that only 9% said they can do so. Others had no confidence in their technological access as well as capacity to be able to give their exam. And this is a region which is comprising of our tribal students, predominantly indigenous students, and therefore is an example of how we need to pay attention to the disruption in their learning. The second phenomena that almost paralleled the pandemic and was brought to our attention last month in Glasgow is the report and deliberation of COP26. Despite being at home and trying to study from home, we all also witnessed phenomena of climate impact. Droughts, floods, cyclones, heat waves, fires, and this has happened in the Indian subcontinent as well, all of these. And it has happened with greater intensity and impacting more and more people. So, how do we then prepare higher education as well as higher education institutions going forward, keeping in view that both the health pandemic and other climate pandemics are here to stay? They are a part of our life, and we need to figure out to minimize their impact, become more resilient, and look forward to a new way of moving our communities and societies in the next decade. This is where I think higher education institutions have enormous responsibility, and I call it social responsibility. Because unless we view this responsibility in a societal framework, just viewing it at the institutional level or at the disciplinary level, oh, sociology, physics, electrical engineering, that's not enough. The entire system of higher education has to become, in every decision it makes, socially responsible. And I want to present to you a few pathways towards that as I understand them. The first pathway is to figure out more supportive, what I call hybridization of learning process. All studies have shown that mere online teaching and learning will not produce the kind of capacities, competencies, skills that our young people have. And therefore, what does hybridization mean? There is no single method of hybridization. But what form, contextually relevant, for which set of students, how much of face-to-face? And remember that it's not just individual learning by each student. We are talking about social interaction and a social space, and a lot of it is learning together. In fact, conversations, all of us have gone through our education, conversations in university cafeteria and in the hostels at night are as educative as what we did in the classroom. So how do we create models and approaches of hybridization of learning, accepting online reality, but not treating it as panacea, and figuring out contextually appropriate answers instead of a universal 70% online, 30% face-to-face? No. Contextually relevant, discipline relevant, categories of student will require different responses. The second pathway, never before, the demand for multidisciplinarity from COP26, from the pandemic, from SDGs, all is hitting us, and we have to stop talking about it and start doing something about it. We have to, I know that JGU is a great example. Professor Raj always keeps telling how all the disciplines and faculties have been intermixed, even in the physical infrastructure. And that's a very good step forward. But that is not the reality around the world in higher education institutions. I think disciplinary, uh, you know, emeritus leaders who are valued around the world for their disciplinary knowledge and excellence, who are in some ways disciplinary gatekeepers also of what should be taught and what not should be taught. They need to they need to let go of that individual view of the subject matter and look at it from the world we are living in and likely to live in. From a societal point of view, none of the SDGs can be implemented within a discipline. SDG 3 is not about medical sciences. The pandemic has shown it very clearly. This morning, I was having a conversation with colleagues from slums of Mumbai, and still a good 20% of the slum population has not been vaccinated. It is not because they don't want it. It is because the social psychology and the economics of getting vaccinated hasn't been understood. And that you cannot learn only by attending a class on anatomy or epidemiology. You need to therefore work together across disciplines. And we have to therefore shed that disciplinary silos. Never before. None of our challenges going forward require only a solo discipline solution. And this is the demand of the time. And I hope we all figure it out practically how to do it from the point of view of finding knowledge solutions for society that we are in. A third and related pathway is to prepare a set of young professionals who graduate from our institutions, who are sensitive to these challenges, who understand exclusion, who understand inequality, who understand the impacts of climate, not just from the point of view of mitigation, but day-to-day adaptation that vulnerable communities are doing. Because civil engineers of tomorrow need to understand what is it that will make climate resilient buildings. And that needs to be taught today. In fact, should have been taught yesterday through the curriculum changes. I know in many academic institutions, the system of changing curriculum and coursework could take years. But friends, we have run out of time. We must do it urgently. I want the next batch of civil engineers graduating next year to be totally tuned to the requirement of climate impact in order to design the materials and the infrastructure that all our societies need. But it cannot be business as usual. And so they are the ones who will be the torchbearers of that change. We need civil engineers, but we need a new genre of professionals. We need new genre of management graduates, economists. You know, the logic of global economy of scale has fallen apart in the pandemic. The global supply chain has been so thoroughly disrupted that even today we cannot find tomatoes in Kerala or chips for making mobiles in India. So let us rethink our disciplines, but from the point of view of preparing a new genre of professionals who are responsive. And this is a socially responsible task. It is not a disciplinary task. It's not just an academic task. It's a task to be responsive to society. And I want all of us to frame it in that way in our own head so that we don't get stuck in the niceties and formalities of our disciplinary boundaries. The fourth part is, you know, a lot of higher education institutions are already doing a great deal of work in preparation of SDGs and in looking after the climate issues. But increasingly, the world has recognized that there is no one solution that fits all, even one knowledge solution that fits all. So how do we prepare universities to learn to do contextually relevant, partnership-driven research, which produces knowledge solutions, which can be owned by various stakeholders in order to move forward? So what Dr. Mins was telling me about Dumka 2 days ago was she is looking at how tribal Santali students in our colleges and university can learn to look at communities, indigenous communities of that region, as sources of knowledge, not as stupid, ignorant people. And that requires reorientation inside the academia. She wants that reorientation to happen in a university and in those 50 colleges affiliated to the university. And that reorientation means you respect the knowledge which is in society, you accept that that is not adequate, community also accept, but you build on it. You don't devalue it, you don't dismiss it. And that's the only way our students and researchers will be able to produce locally, contextually, actionable knowledge in response to ongoing impacts of climate, in response to finding specific solutions for various SDGs as locally appropriate. And finally, a pathway that occurs to me is that, universities used to have in the old British model a department called extension, and sort of extramural extension, basically a section of taking universities' expertise into the community. And later on, that part became, continuing education. We will offer some courses for those fellows who didn't make it in the university system, etc. But I think now is the time to frame higher education integrally in a lifelong learning framework. To look at higher education not as a one-time delivery of 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, whatever, but a catalyzer of sustained learning throughout life. Learning throughout life, learning from all aspects of life. And therefore, it is not just those who have dropped out of the university or who could not make it who need this extension. In fact, extension is a derogatory concept. You need opportunities to learn. You need opportunity. But also those who need reskilling, rethinking. The task of reskilling, if you just take the example I gave, because I come from engineering background, I gave you that. The task of reskilling, reorienting the thinking of millions of civil engineers, because they are working today, but their curriculum did not prepare them to understand climate impact of the materials they use and the designs they create. It's huge. It's huge. And this is a social responsibility of higher education institutions to frame their teaching research in the context of lifelong learning. Today, we have a number of supports for these pathways, which did not exist, interestingly enough, 2 years ago before the pandemic began. First and foremost, in a country like India, we have National Education Policy last July 2020. The policy speaks exactly to all the issues that I've just presented to you. It talks about learning from the society. It talks about contributing your knowledge to society. It talks about lifelong learning framework. It talks about preparing ethical, committed, passionate professionals who view society as part of. So higher education institutions in India can gather great deal of support from this policy, and people who champion this approach, like Professor Raj, like Dr. Mukherjee and all of us, we can get policy support, and gradually the policy support will translate into resource support, I am sure. So this is one thing which did not happen, wasn't available to us at the beginning of the pandemic. The second thing that has happened, last month, UNESCO has taken two really forward-looking steps. Firstly, UNESCO's report on futures of education has been released. Those of you who have not taken a look, please do. It is a forward-looking. First of all, it does not say the future. It says futures, plurality. So learning, education has plural pathways. Let us respect them. Let us not rank them vertically, one better than another. Let's place them horizontally, and they move simultaneously. The Futures of Education report also talks about valuing learning at all stages of life and therefore linking the higher education system within the framework of lifelong learning. That's a wonderful recognition. All our national governments have agreed to that, and they value what Futures of Education Commission report is talking about. Let us unpack it so that we can argue in our institutions, in our countries, in our classrooms, that this is how we are reorganizing our work of teaching, learning, research, and engagement within this framework. And the third thing which has happened last month in UNESCO is also equally futuristic. All the countries of the world who are members of UNESCO agreed to a set of recommendations called open science. What does open science mean? Science which is open to society, not just to scientists. It is not just about open data. Last 2 years, for the pandemic research, there have been discussions about who shares research data, who doesn't share it. That's important, but that's basic. Science which is open to society to share its findings with society. Throughout the pandemic, it is not just the epidemiologists or scientists doing research on the virus who needed to share data, but frontline workers providing support to communities in coping with the pandemic also needed scientific knowledge, communicated in a manner that is understandable. This whole debate of fake news or confusion or vaccine hesitancy is all a consequence of science not engaging society directly. And the third element in this is science which is open to multiple cultures and epistemologies of knowledge system. This is the mandate of open science. All our countries are signatories to it. India is going to produce its own new policy on science, technology, and innovation, and its opening chapter on open science, I'm sure, will be informed by these principles. So this is an opportunity. These policy mandates, global policy mandates, UNESCO-driven mandates, as well as the national education policy, provide us great opportunity to pursue changes in our higher education institution such that every act in our institutions, teaching, research, engagement, is viewed from a socially responsible act. I believe that higher education is a public good. It must serve public purpose. Of course, it builds our individual careers. But individual careers have no future without the context in which we live and work. And therefore, let us make higher education with and for society in a socially responsible manner. Thank you very much for your patience. Look forward to your comments.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tandon, for those wonderful and inspiring words. I'm sure audience members scattered across the globe will really have benefited from the comments you've made. And particularly, I can say that the context that you've laid out is so important for us as people working in higher education, but also those in other areas to bear in mind. So thank you very much for that. I think, Dr. Mukherjee, we're now going to move into the Q&A section. I'm sure there are a number of questions from the audience for Dr. Tandon. So I suppose now is a good time to move into that segment of today's conversation.
Right. Aditya, there is one question, there's several questions actually, but the first question, my colleagues are going to mail you some of the questions. But the first question I would like to raise, which has come from a young colleague to Dr. Tandon. How can young aspiring academics, as they struggle in the middle of this pandemic situation, you of course mentioned that higher education is of course for personal career for individuals, but at the same time you said we need to think about the larger societal goals, but especially for struggling young academics who are already struggling hard to get a foothold in their career. How can they really think beyond their individual self in terms of thinking about the larger and greater good, particularly in these troubled times? when young people are finding it so hard to transition from high school to higher education and higher education to work?
Well, very, very relevant question. It is not just a question for young academics, question for all of us. I am facing that question. Never in my decades of work, the situation confronted us saying, what is the relevance of what we are doing? Never in the last so many decades, I reached out to my college friends whom I had lost contact with, or to my distant relatives where I was born, or even to my large number of neighbors in this community, as I have done in last 18 months. Why? Because I felt lonely. Why? Because I felt disconnected. The stress, mental stress, is not just for young people or those who are going to college, but for all of us. And how did we solve it? Those of us who still smile have done it because we built, strengthened, trusting relationships with each other. I ended up calling so many of my friends, speaking to them, my relatives I'd not seen for 25, 30 years, getting connected with them. I didn't know names of grandchildren of my neighbors. I got to know that. So, the method is the same, whether it is you or me. Let us build trusting relationships. Aditya mentioned this in his opening comments about the way ACU works. With building partnerships that have sustained, durable, impactful relations. Partnerships are not about getting a project done. Project is a bahana, it's a mechanism, it is a way of, okay, let's get together. But it's the relationships which sustain us. And those relationships have to be mutually supportive, mutually respectful, trusting. So, wherever you are, whatever is your topic of research or teaching, think how it affects the society in which you are living. Forget others, because we are living in the same society. It doesn't matter. The pandemic showed us that it doesn't matter whether you are in a Ambani Towers or you are in a Mumbai informal settlement with a thatched hut on the pavement. Similar impact, similar lockdown, similar anxiety, similar disruption. So think of what you are teaching. Can that curriculum be tweaked in such a way that the larger context is remembered by you first as a teacher, and then you help students see the larger context? Research you are doing, the paper you are publishing, we were all taught that a good academic research paper is one where towards the end you talk about future areas of research, future implications of research finding. That's how we write paper. And this future has been in the past restricted to a discipline or sub-discipline. If I am an expert of third finger of my left toe, then I only focus on third finger of my left toe. I don't even focus on remaining fingers of my toe, left and right together. So the change is not anywhere else. First, the change is here. If you look outside, if you look around and ask yourself, how can my teaching and research contribute to the well-being of me and others while pursuing my research interest, by pursuing my teaching responsibility? It is that shift that we all need to make. It cannot come from the vice chancellors alone. It has to be nurtured. And you as young academics are actually more in contact with young students than the senior professors who sort of come and give a lecture and disappear. So you have a bigger role to play. And focus on how you cope with the pandemic. And there are lessons in the same for anything else we do. We thought we could lead our lives individually and make our travel plans and research all by ourselves. Pandemic taught us not possible. Not possible. So the message of the pandemic is that you cannot be only a solo player. And to say this applies to all parts of our life and professional life too.
So such wise words, Dr. Tandon, and I must say personally, this pandemic period has really helped me connect with members of my immediate community who I wasn't so closely connected with before, neighbors, extended family, so on and so forth. And I think there have been, of course, a number of takeaways for many of us from these brutal pandemic months filled with loss and disappointment. But I'm pretty confident when I say that one of the key takeaways has been the importance of teamwork and working together. And by working together, as you've so wonderfully described, it's not about just working together uh, to achieve an end. It's the journey itself is such an important part of the process. And I think that higher education, we collaborate very effectively with one another across the world. We have learned that the absence of physical travel has not really prevented that collaboration for many. It has for some, unfortunately, because of the curse of the digital divide, and that's a whole different topic that we can perhaps address later on. But at this point, I've got a few wonderful questions that have come through from audience members, so I'm just going to fire away, Dr. Tandon. One of the questions says, as it has been the main objective of education to make the world a better and a more knowledgeable place, and indeed to serve as a public good. But in the current times, we've all seen the large and dangerous impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and the climate crisis and many more disasters. The question is, how can a university play a key role in making the world a more sustainable place?
Let us start by asking ourselves that is there something in our teaching and research over the last 500 years of the current model of universities? I'm talking about current model. I'm not talking about Nalandas and Takshilas and all that, or the one in Morocco or Cairo. Those are pre 15th, 16th century. Is there anything we have not taken into account in building teaching and research in our higher education institution, which we are now being asked to take into account by the world around us, by the society around us, by the pandemic, by the climate? What is it that we have not? And I am an electronics engineer from my first training, so I know how science has been taught, and I've gone through it myself. But when science was being taught to me, in physics, there is a regular, I remember it so vividly, even though it was long ago. This formula, this principle will work given the temperature and pressure being constant. And after 25 years of studying this, it dawned on me that the temperature and pressure is constant only in a lab. It is not even constant over an hour where I'm sitting. This morning, when I got up, the temperature was 15 degrees. At 7:30, when I started having a shower, it became 13 degrees. And I came out of the washroom and I said, my God, I'm feeling cold. What happened? And I looked at my mobile and it was 13 degrees. Fell. It's supposed to go up as the sun rises. So what I'm trying to say is that when we study these phenomena, we study as if we are in a lab. Okay. When we find knowledge solutions from these studies, we think that it can be applied in the same way universally. I think as a researcher, as an academic, we have to ask the question, how does the context matter? Because it does matter. We have to ask the question, remember the economists still as recently as 10 years ago used to consider environment as an extraneous variable. You don't consider environment. Today, there are not only economists winning Nobel Prizes for taking into account environment, but even large investment firms are saying, put the environment in your planning, otherwise we are not going to invest in it. So that shift has happened. What is the practical meaning of that shift? The practical meaning is, let us assume academia produces a wonderful body of knowledge, but this is not the only knowledge. Throughout the pandemic, the grandmother's prescriptions were being used by most PhDs sitting at home and feeling stress. They never thought at that time, oh, whether it is scientific, whether it is valid, what is the nature of evidence that has been produced. So there is a body of knowledge. There is a body of knowledge outside the academia. It doesn't mean it is better knowledge, worse knowledge. It is knowledge. Learn from that knowledge, add value to that knowledge. Don't dismiss that knowledge. And secondly, education and learning cannot merely be treated as an instrumental activity. We are supposed to have said in this country in 1947-50 that education will reform our society. All evidence in India suggests that the highest number of dowry giving is going on in the most highly educated professionals' families. Has that become a reform? Because that is an instrumental meaning of education we gave. We gave degrees. We didn't help people to think about what is society, what is your role in this society. You know, the normative value base. And that is why we have people who are trying to maximize profit even when migrant workers are bleeding. That's why we have the high rise of Gurgaon and Delhi, gated communities who throw away their domestic workers as soon as the pandemic starts and don't even pay them the salary of the month of March 2020. You know, you cannot make education an instrumental process, which therefore only links to careers. It is unfortunate, but the ranking system of the universities these days is only doing that. It is unfortunate that all the advertisement is about what is the salary check that you get after graduation. There is very little that is ranking people. You will become a good human being and you will contribute to the well-being. Piketty's report last week released on Global Inequality Report shows India has become even more unequal than it was before. 50% of the bottom half contributes to less than 10%, and the top 10% takes away 60%. This is unsustainable. This was, if you understand history, it was unsustainable, and too much consumption by the elite killed those old societies as well, including parts of South Asia, this subcontinent. When rulers were concerned about the well-being of the community, they survived and thrived. When they become consumerist on their own, they destroyed. Civilizations have been lost because of the crisis of water, because of desertification. I'm not talking about millions of years ago. I'm talking about only 8,000-10,000 years of recorded history. And you all can understand that. So let us bring that element of being a part of lab. Yes, the lab is also part of the institution, and the institution is part of society. Just that shift in the thinking, which you can inculcate through your teaching and research, will go a long way. Go a long way.
So, Thank you for that, Dr. Tandon. I think everything you've said puts more and more responsibility on the shoulders of the individual, but also on the shoulders of universities, because universities, their universities themselves are living, breathing organisms which have the potential to do so much good, and indeed are doing a lot of good across the world. But I suppose the impact that they can have is really unlimited. And as you say, a lot of young academics, early career academics who have this one-to-one relationship with their students, a lot of responsibility rests with them too. Moving on, Dr. Tandon, our next question from a member of the audience is an interesting one, and you've actually covered some aspects in your comments already, but I'll go ahead and ask the question anyway, which is, how do we prioritize social responsibility in higher education in communities with limited resources at their disposal?
Well, the process of engagement, first of all, with the world around and outside, both in teaching and research, has to be viewed as a contribution to learning. Don't view it as doing good to society. If I am studying some phenomena, my favorite example is the chemistry students. Chemistry. You have labs and beakers and all this. We have all done that chemistry, and you are testing. You learn how to test various liquids and this and that, solids and metals and all that. But send them to the villages or cities around wherever you are and say, let's go and test water here or test soil here. Three things will happen. First of all, your students will understand application. And all critique of products of poor quality education are focused on inability to connect what they have learned in the classroom to the real world. A lot of people have even joked, management scholars and pundits have written books about what I did not study in Harvard, which was the only thing which made me survive. You're familiar with all that. That's true. So help them make a connection while they are students. Why should they make a connection? I have stories of, this executive engineer who I was talking to in Ajmer, in one of the cities we were working. And he was the city's engineer on water and sanitation, public health engineering department. He said nobody taught him that there is a local government, there is a municipality, and he said it took me 10 years of my career, the first 10 years, to figure out what all this is about. And I was ending up making mistakes or stepping on wrong foot of people. I wish while I was a student, this could have been done. A small thing, not a big thing. But no engineer works in the lab. All of them don't become MTech and PhDs. Less than 5% do that. Rest of them work in society somewhere. So you can create engagement opportunities in your teaching and research from the point of view of improving learning for your students, making your research more potentially actionable, and seeing impact of that research. We all say that research is knowledge production, but research is also knowledge sharing, knowledge dissemination, making knowledge useful. Not everybody is doing pure science research sitting in isolated labs. Most of us are doing research which could be fruitfully applied tomorrow, provided we conduct it in such a way that there is an uptake. The elected councillor of a city does not attend academic conferences like this one. So you have to talk to that person before you start research and say, do you think this will help you do your work? And chances are you will say, yeah, I never thought of it. But we have created a wall, and we live in that wall, and we are happy. We only interact with similar others around the world who are in their own walls. There are other ways of doing it, and I'm sure you all know it. Just do it. Just do it.
Wonderful, Dr. Tandon. And, I think this importance being placed on just doing it, it needs to be really, needs to be given a boost, I suppose, across the world. I can say through the collaboration that our organizations have, your organization, Dr. Tandon, the ACU, OP Jindal, we're very grateful to be in the company of peers who are able to collaborate with one another with a focus on not just thinking, which is very important, but also the art of doing. Our next question from the audience, Dr. Tandon, is what can university social responsibility mean for elite or well-resourced universities and under-resourced universities? Do you think collaboration among these universities can help the higher education sector? This is the question. I'll just offer a little further context, Dr. Tandon, which is, I think a country like ours, a country like India, is a perfect laboratory for collaboration between extremely well-resourced institutions and institutions which are under-resourced. And any thoughts that you have in this direction? You've already shared some wonderful examples over the course of your comments, but any examples you can share in this area, I think would be much appreciated by the audience.
That whoever has asked that question, congratulations and thank you. Not only that, we have created in our primary and secondary education a class system. We have now reinforced it in the higher education. And public policy is equally responsible. I have been working with a number of state-level public institutions. The university in Raipur, in Chhattisgarh, PRSU, Pandit Ravi Shankar Shukla University. Very old university now, nearly 45 years, 47 years, but still public university. And when it was set up there, it was part of Madhya Pradesh, it was the only university in that region. Of course, others have come by since then. And over the last 15 years or so, I've been regularly working with them. And I found that they are truly resource-starved because state governments don't put any money of any meaning. They are starved from two dimensions. One is that they are starved in under-resourcing of faculty positions. Most of the faculty positions are not being filled, even those which are there. And they don't have research resources, etc. Labs and all are weak. But it was easy for us to partner with them because they were open to the idea of complementary expertise. If I don't have, I don't know the global audience, but हम अपने घर में दही कैसे जमाते हैं? We all make yogurt at home in India, most of us, तो हमारे घर में day before yesterday in fact, I have two grown-up kids, they finished all the dahi, and when I came home last night, there was no dahi left. This morning, my maid came and she said, "Sir, jaman nahi hai, jaman ka dahi nahi hai." Jaman, you need that to start making dahi, So how do you get jaman ka dahi? From a neighbor. Now, when there was 1 kilo of dahi at home, yogurt at home, nobody bothered about the neighbor. Not even offering dahi, forget. When you are resource-starved, you are open to collaboration. You want to bring expertise. So in the last 15 years, the most interesting collaboration, there was a state planning commission in Raipur, which is state government planning commission. And I was interacting with them, they said, we don't have any data about impact of our women's development schemes on tribal women, and they constitute a large proportion of the state, province. So I said, why don't you ask the university to do the study? He said, "Oh, the university, they're busy teaching." Oh, no, I said. So I facilitated a conversation between the Vice Chairman of the State Planning Commission, the Vice Chancellor of the university, 2-3 deans, myself, a couple of other people locally, and we had a conversation. We developed a 4-year collaboration. Small research funding given by State Planning Commission to look at this question. They said, we want evidence. We want to know whether these schemes are working for tribal women or not. If they're not working, we change them. Tell us. And the faculty got excited. We trained them in participatory research because they needed to reach out to tribal women and ask how did they approach these issues. So, the students of those universities are not looking to go to Silicon Valley. I don't consider it lack of ambition. I consider it realistic appreciation. So where are they going to go? They're going to go to that same society, to industry in that society, to academic institutions of that society, to government programs of that society, whatever they will do in the society. So for such students, society matters. I graduated from an Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur, where out of 275 students who graduated, 245 went to Silicon Valley. They've all made $500 million each, if not more. So when your attention is there, then your attention is not to your society. Nothing wrong in going to Silicon Valley. But elite universities of India, private elite universities of India, including public elite universities of India like IITs and JNUs and DUs and Hyderabad's and whatever, Presidency College, all of these, they need to think about collaborative work. And how do you think about collaborative work? By thinking that you are part of the region. I live in NCR, Jindal is in NCR, JNU, DU, all this. I haven't heard a collective voice of all academia in National Capital Region saying we want to support efforts to reduce air pollution where we live and breathe poison every day. Because that collaboration can only be locational. You can do a bit online and distant, but the same thing is happening in other parts of the country. And you have brilliant private universities in Pune, and you have the old, Chitra Nayak's University of Pune as well. So, it's a way of working. It's here. It's not that, in fact, students of Jindal have benefited whenever we have worked with them and they've gone to rural poor communities in Sonipat and Panipat. They've all come back and said, open our eyes. Wonderful. If an educational experience can open your eyes, open your ears, clean your nose, make you touch and feel differently, you are becoming a great professional.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Tandon. I don't think we have any more audience questions for the moment, but I do want to take advantage of the fact that we still have a little bit of time remaining in today's session to seek your views, Dr. Tandon, on two very burning issues that have remained, that have been in existence, frankly, well before the pandemic came along, but have been highlighted exponentially due to the advent of the pandemic. And these two issues, Dr. Tandon, are one, the issue of the digital divide, which I think is an issue which certainly impacts the developing countries, but frankly, we've seen even in the developed world. There are some horrific stories that come out of the developing world but there are also some very challenging stories that come out of the developed world. So that's one point where I'm sure the audience would be interested in hearing your views and hearing how the prolific work that you do connects with the reduction of the digital divide. That's one point. And the other point is the topic of blended learning. As the ACU, we do a lot of work in blended learning. We run a project called the Partnership for Enhanced and Blended Learning, through which we have been able to upskill thousands of academics in East Africa. And we have worked on this Partnership for Enhanced and Blended Learning program has resulted in the development of modules which have been created locally in East African universities for East African students, and thousands of students have benefited from that. And we're also now looking at a similar project in India as well. So without going into details about our program, it would be wonderful to hear your thoughts on both these burning issues, the digital divide and blended learning, and how you believe the digital divide and blended learning will impact higher education into the future.
Great question. Topical, relevant, Aditya. Will require lots of conversation and examples and all that. Let me just say a few words. If you look at it from the point of view of a young 19, 20-year-old rural girl who has entered a college in 300, 200 kilometer radius from Jindal Global University campus. If you look at learning from her point of view, and if you ask her, do you like blended learning? She will say, I don't understand your question, because all my learning is blended. Why? Because she learns from home, she learns from neighbors, she learns with peers, and she also goes to college and she learns there. What she makes of these different learning is where we can make the intervention. Right now, she keeps those different learning in different boxes. And all that we can facilitate is open the doors of those boxes, let's mix and match. So let us think about blended from the point of view of the learner. First generation, her mother didn't go to college, father didn't go to college. Aspirational, willing to negotiate with the family that she must study, negotiating to study in order to delay marriage. All that is going on in her head while she is attending a class on computer science or whatever. So she is blending. And I think the difficulty is that we tend to think from the point of view of delivery and sort of what mode and what style, what can. Internships or field internships, even in this country, in certain programs, have been there for long. And they were credit-based field internships. When I went to IIM, I realized that the summer 8 weeks was 6 credit, equivalent to 2 courses, internship in a company. And the institution helped us connect. We didn't have to. We went there. But those 8 weeks were so enormously learning. But what happened? In order to make that learning work, the institution had to have strong partnerships outside. It had to create an assessment methodology which satisfied both ends, both partners, because you can't say it is our assessment methodology. Industry or NGOs will say, go to hell, you assess. Partnership means reconfigure. You say these are our benchmarks. They will say this is what we need. Let's mix and match. And the third thing was it was more work for the faculty. So National Education Policy is now saying internships, 30%, 60% time in certain courses, field related, community related, go and be placed in a municipality. Our municipalities are starving of talent, and students can contribute as well as learn a great deal. But the teachers would need to figure out a method of assessment and support in partnership with others. Within your four walls of the campus, you don't need to worry about anybody. Do what you like. But if you want partnership, you have to worry about others' interests, their priorities, their way of doing things as well. And that on the digital divide, I don't have very easy answers in my head. What we are actually, I'm going to share that report with you all and through Mausami with others who are on this in a couple of weeks. We began a research study, not from an education point of view, but community participation in policy dialogue. And because in the last, during the pandemic, a number of these dialogues happened, even at the district level. Policy meaning, this scheme has come, how should we implement? Or this new idea has come, how should we implement? So this consultation. So we have studied this, and we have studied along with the techies of this world who are creating these platforms. And that report is opening my eyes. Even the most strong believer of technology who supplied application platforms to national and provincial governments says inclusion requires blended approach, offline along with online. How do you do offline? How much you invest in offline? How frequently you do offline to link to online? I was impressed by. He said, "This is my experience. Last 5-7 years, I've been selling my platforms. Everybody is buying it, but frankly, it doesn't serve the purpose. You exclude. We are doing public survey on, this is scheme, that is scheme. But which public? Right? Small layer of the public. Huh? So I think we are moving towards what I mentioned about hybrids, and the nature of the hybrids will have to be designed contextually. What hybrid is needed in Dumka is not the hybrid needed in Sonipat. And let us therefore accept we need hybrids, we need ways of bringing offline, online together. And this is where more thinking, more, ways of piloting, trying out different things, we can make a difference. Because without inclusion, it won't work. It won't work. Anything we do, whether it is policy making or whether it's teaching or research, we need inclusion. People have done field research. I've got lots of, including one or two of my colleagues, on WhatsApp, they have done field research and all that. You end up asking the question, and who was at the other side of the WhatsApp? Mostly man, mostly older. There was no teenage girl. You were asking question about adolescent girl. Who's answering it on WhatsApp? So be sensitive to the fact that this is a reality. Now let's be creative. That's where our creativity comes. Don't ignore that reality. And keep it in mind that if it works for the last one, it will work for everyone. If it works for the last one, if it works for those tribals in Dumka, it will work in Sonipat. Let's create those models.
Thank you, Dr. Tandon. I think the key takeaway certainly for me is the focus on inclusion. It's been such an enthralling session and wonderful to have this freewheeling conversation with you, Dr. Tandon. I'm deeply, on behalf of the organizers and on behalf of the audience, deeply appreciative. At this point, may I pass the virtual mic back to you, Mausami, just to wrap up the session and make further announcements. But thank you.
Thank you, Aditya.
Thank you. Thank you, Aditya. And thank you, Dr. Tandon, for this enriching talk and conversation. And we know that you are somebody who don't just talk, but you walk the walk also, right? And especially on a day like this, which is the Human Rights Day, the way you have exemplified through your own talk and your walk throughout your career, I think you are a very good example for young academics and practitioners to follow in the future. So thank you very much for sharing your work and your experience and also your vision for the future. That's very, very important, I think, and particularly for a conference with a theme like higher education for the greater good, leadership and institution resilience. Since we don't have unfortunately, Dr. Rajni Naidu with us today because of a family emergency she is facing right now, we're going to wrap up this UNESCO chair session a little early. But I would like to inform all our audience out there around the world that we are going to come live again at 4:15 this evening with Dr. Joanna Newman from ACU delivering keynote speech. And thereafter, there is going to be a country directors panel by the Star Scholars Network with scholars from Bangladesh and Vietnam speaking. And then we have a very interesting 1-hour cultural event session. And it's all virtual. And we have one of our OP Jindal Global University alum from Tibet, who is right now the secretary of the Tibetan Youth Congress and also a poet and singer, performing for all of you, sharing the experiences of Tibetan refugees in India. And we'll also have a couple of our faculty and staff singing and doing dance performances. So please don't miss out on this cultural event. At 6:35, it will be all live broadcast. And then finally at 8 p.m. today is the most important session of the conference every year, for which scholars look forward to. This conference is the A. Noam Chomsky Global Connection Award Ceremony, where Professor Chomsky himself will be present and he'll deliver also a keynote speech. In between, of course, there are some research presentations, thematic forum discussions, and roundtable discussions, which unfortunately we are not able to broadcast through YouTube. But I'm sure all the other sessions that I mentioned, the keynote sessions, cultural events, and Noam Chomsky session, you can enjoy and connect with us live here. Thank you all for joining this morning, and hope all of you will enjoy the rest of the 3 days of the conference. Thank you, Aditya, and thank you, Dr. Tandon, once again.
Thank you, Mausami. Thank you,
Namaskar.
Aditya. Thank you, colleagues. Wonderful to interact with you. Keep well.
Thank you.
At dawn, as the ochre rays of the sun dye the emerald landscape of the campus of OP Jindal Global University in gold, and the campus basks in the glory of lights and sounds, another morning appears to be suspended in time. A celestial experience plays out as every microcosm of life on campus comes alive. As the bird song spreads joy in nature, the squirrels get on with their liveliness and gambol through tree trunks and branches. The leaves of myriad trees display a painter's palette of green shades, rustling in tune with the soft breeze as the peacocks spread their plumage. Welcome to OP Jindal Global University. In perfect harmony, unseen avian and other visitors go about their circadian duties. In these idyllic surroundings, 6,500 students begin their day in quest of knowledge and wisdom. The corridors begin to beat to the tempo of rushed feet and the sounds of classrooms. Paper rustles, pen scribbles, keyboard pound as the hours go by. A place where one dreams big, aiming to make history. A place that inspires, makes one inspire others, and also get inspired by others. This is the exceptional and inimitable educational experience at India's global university. Spread over the 80-acre campus, the university has 10 interdisciplinary schools, where 6,500 students and 730 full-time faculty members engage in the pursuit of excellence. Each day marks the beginning of a new idea, a new vision, and a new story. Each day ends with a sense of fulfillment in everyone. Watching over India's best and brightest students is the tallest flagpole displaying the Indian tricolour, a culmination of the efforts of the founding Chancellor and benefactor of JGU, Mr. Naveen Jindal, which empowered private individuals and institutions to hoist the Indian national flag in pride. It is a gentle reminder of our goals, aspirations, values, duties, and responsibilities. On the edge of the national capital region of Delhi, in the city of Sonipat, in the serene Jagdishpur village, you will easily forget the proximity of a bustling city, thanks to the verdant landscape, arable fields, and lush vegetation. Amidst this genius of nature, JGU stands resplendent. JGU's architecture merges finally into these pristine surroundings, where its uniquely designed academic block stands testimony to the institution's vision, creativity, and intellect. So as to facilitate technology-aided and experiential learning, the academic block houses state-of-the-art classrooms, faculty offices, conference rooms, modern design labs, and studios, which assist in imparting world-class education. JGU promotes equal opportunity and inclusive education. It has welcomed differently abled people, and the campus has been designed to ensure their ease of use as per international standards. JGU's state-of-the-art global library offers a panoply of resources curated to facilitate the learning and research of student and faculty. In addition to the print resources, 80% of the library's resources are in electronic form and are accessible from within the campus as well as remotely 24/7. The Global Library offers flexi spaces and the right ambience for study and learning. We believe in creating a broadening and holistic learning experience to students, one not restricted to classrooms. After an intellectually strenuous day, students make their way to sports arenas abundant in amenities, including an 8-lane swimming pool, badminton courts, table tennis centre, cricket ground and practice pitches, lawn tennis courts, football grounds, volleyball ground, basketball courts, recreational and fitness centres, well-resourced gymnasium, and a multi-purpose sports arena. Sports and fitness activities are an integral means of individual development. Student sport under the guidance of qualified coaches. For those who prefer cerebral alternatives, there are activities which create intramural and extramural opportunities for students. Debates, reading groups, book clubs, quizzes, music and creative arts to choose from. The specially designed Agora, colloquially called the Adda, is site to activities like plays, dance performances and cultural events. Through moot courts, students sharpen their mooting and advocacy skills. Moot court competitions gather on campus young minds from across India and many nations to engage in incisive debate. During Biswamil, the annual Student Cultural Fest, and Magnus and the Jindal Sports League, the Sports Fests, students let their hair down and paint the town red. A fully residential university, the JGU campus serves as a home away from home and an enabling ecosystem for intellectual networking and social interaction. It offers the widest range of comfort, support and choices for students who live with us through their educational innings. Fully networked and digitized with the latest Wi-Fi technology, keep the proverbial window to the world open before our students. It has been said that some of the greatest ideas and bonds are born on dinner tables. JGU's multiple dining halls are any gourmet's delight. It offers nourishing multi-cuisine meals of the choicest varieties. Other amenities on campus include laundry services, convenience stores, pharmacy, ATMs, grooming salons, and a creche for the children of faculty and staff. Providing 24/7 security, the campus is under the watch of CCTVs and guards on duty, in addition to other security measures, including night patrolling. The JGU Health Centre offers the best primary medical care with highly qualified doctors, nurses, and physiotherapists. It has wards, a minor operating theatre, an ICU, physiotherapy rooms, and an in-house pharmacy. The Centre for Wellness and Counselling Services ensures emotional and mental wellness of the JGU population. A decade ago, we had a vision to build a world-class university in India with a sustainable approach towards the environment and protecting our biodiversity. We continue to preserve the natural habitat of our avian and other visitors, integrating them with nature. As dusk sets in over the landscape, as horizon turns crimson in the silhouetted buildings of JGU, another great day spent in teaching and learning in joyful pursuit of knowledge draws to an end, leaving libraries and study rooms lit by midnight lamps for solo pursuit of knowledge. Tomorrow will be another ascension, another sunshine, another awakening in self-discovery. The JGU journey continues. At dawn, as the ochre rays of the sun dye the emerald landscape of the campus of OP Jindal Global University in gold, and the campus basks in the glory of lights and sounds, another morning appears to be suspended in time. A celestial experience plays out as every microcosm of life on campus comes alive. As the bird song spreads joy in nature, the squirrels get on with their liveliness and gambol through tree trunks and branches. The leaves of myriad trees display a painter's palette of green shades, rustling in tune with the soft breeze as the peacocks spread their plumage. Welcome to OP Jindal Global University. In perfect harmony, unseen avian and other visitors go about their circadian duties. In these idyllic surroundings, 6,500 students begin their day in quest of knowledge and wisdom. The corridors begin to beat to the tempo of rushed feet and the sounds of classrooms. Paper rustles, pen scribbles, keyboard pound as the hours go by. A place where one dreams big, aiming to make history. A place that inspires, makes one inspire others, and also get inspired by others. This is the exceptional and inimitable educational experience at India's global university. Spread over the 80-acre campus, the university has 10 interdisciplinary schools, where 6,500 students and 730 full-time faculty members engage in the pursuit of excellence. Each day marks the beginning of a new idea, a new vision, and a new story. Each day ends with a sense of fulfillment in everyone. Watching over India's best and brightest students is the tallest flagpole displaying the Indian tricolour, a culmination of the efforts of the founding Chancellor and benefactor of JGU, Mr. Naveen Jindal, which empowered private individuals and institutions to hoist the Indian national flag in pride. It is a gentle reminder of our goals, aspirations, values, duties, and responsibilities. On the edge of the national capital region of Delhi, in the city of Sonipat, in the serene Jagdishpur village, you will easily forget the proximity of a bustling city, thanks to the verdant landscape, arable fields, and lush vegetation. Amidst this genius of nature, JGU stands resplendent. JGU's architecture merges finally into these pristine surroundings, where its uniquely designed academic block stands testimony to the institution's vision, creativity, and intellect. So as to facilitate technology-aided and experiential learning, the academic block houses state-of-the-art classrooms, faculty offices, conference rooms, modern design labs, and studios, which assist in imparting world-class education. JGU promotes equal opportunity and inclusive education. It has welcomed differently abled people, and the campus has been designed to ensure their ease of use as per international standards. JGU's state-of-the-art global library offers a panoply of resources curated to facilitate the learning and research of student and faculty. In addition to the print resources, 80% of the library's resources are in electronic form and are accessible from within the campus as well as remotely 24/7. The Global Library offers flexi spaces and the right ambience for study and learning. We believe in creating a broadening and holistic learning experience to students, one not restricted to classrooms. After an intellectually strenuous day, students make their way to sports arenas abundant in amenities, including an 8-lane swimming pool, badminton courts, table tennis centre, cricket ground and practice pitches, lawn tennis courts, football grounds, volleyball ground, basketball courts, recreational and fitness centres, well-resourced gymnasium and a multi-purpose sports arena. Sports and fitness activities are an integral means of individual development. Student sport under the guidance of qualified coaches. For those who prefer cerebral alternatives, there are activities which create intramural and extramural opportunities for students. Debates, reading groups, book clubs, quizzes, music and creative arts to choose from. The specially designed Agora, colloquially called the Adda, is site to activities like plays, dance performances and cultural events. Through moot courts, students sharpen their mooting and advocacy skills. Moot court competitions gather on campus young minds from across India and many nations to engage in incisive debate. During Biswamil, the annual Student Cultural Fest, and Magnus and the Jindal Sports League, the Sports Fests, students let their hair down and paint the town red. A fully residential university, the JGU campus serves as a home away from home and an enabling ecosystem for intellectual networking and social interaction. It offers the widest range of comfort, support and choices for students who live with us through their educational innings. Fully networked and digitized with the latest Wi-Fi technology, keep the proverbial window to the world open before our students. It has been said that some of the greatest ideas and bonds are born on dinner tables. JGU's multiple dining halls are any gourmet's delight. It offers nourishing multi-cuisine meals of the choicest varieties. Other amenities on campus include laundry services, convenience stores, pharmacy, ATMs, grooming salons, and a creche for the children of faculty and staff. Providing 24/7 security, the campus is under the watch of CCTVs and guards on duty, in addition to other security measures, including night patrolling. The JGU Health Centre offers the best primary medical care with highly qualified doctors, nurses, and physiotherapists. It has wards, a minor operating theatre, an ICU, physiotherapy rooms, and an in-house pharmacy. The Centre for Wellness and Counselling Services ensures emotional and mental wellness of the JGU population. A decade ago, we had a vision to build a world-class university in India with a sustainable approach towards the environment and protecting our biodiversity. We continue to preserve the natural habitat of our avian and other visitors, integrating them with nature. As dusk sets in over the landscape, as horizon turns crimson in the silhouetted buildings of JGU, another great day spent in teaching and learning in joyful pursuit of knowledge draws to an end, leaving libraries and study rooms lit by midnight lamps for solo pursuit of knowledge. Tomorrow will be another ascension, another sunshine, another awakening in self-discovery. The JGU journey continues. At dawn, as the ochre rays of the sun dye the emerald landscape of the campus of OP Jindal Global University in gold, and the campus basks in the glory of lights and sounds, another morning appears to be suspended in time. A celestial experience plays out as every microcosm of life on campus comes alive. As the bird song spreads joy in nature, the squirrels get on with their liveliness and gambol through tree trunks and branches. The leaves of myriad trees display a painter's palette of green shades, rustling in tune with the soft breeze as the peacocks spread their plumage. Welcome to OP Jindal Global University. In perfect harmony, unseen avian and other visitors go about their circadian duties. In these idyllic surroundings, 6,500 students begin their day in quest of knowledge and wisdom. The corridors begin to beat to the tempo of rushed feet and the sounds of classrooms. Paper rustles, pen scribbles, keyboard pound as the hours go by. A place where one dreams big, aiming to make history. A place that inspires, makes one inspire others, and also get inspired by others. This is the exceptional and inimitable educational experience at India's global university. Spread over the 80-acre campus, the university has 10 interdisciplinary schools, where 6,500 students and 730 full-time faculty members engage in the pursuit of excellence. Each day marks the beginning of a new idea, a new vision, and a new story. Each day ends with a sense of fulfillment in everyone. Watching over India's best and brightest students is the tallest flagpole displaying the Indian tricolour, a culmination of the efforts of the founding Chancellor and benefactor of JGU, Mr. Naveen Jindal, which empowered private individuals and institutions to hoist the Indian national flag in pride. It is a gentle reminder of our goals, aspirations, values, duties, and responsibilities. On the edge of the national capital region of Delhi, in the city of Sonipat, in the serene Jagdishpur village, you will easily forget the proximity of a bustling city, thanks to the verdant landscape, arable fields, and lush vegetation. Amidst this genius of nature, JGU stands resplendent. JGU's architecture merges finally into these pristine surroundings, where its uniquely designed academic block stands testimony to the institution's vision, creativity, and intellect. So as to facilitate technology-aided and experiential learning, the academic block houses state-of-the-art classrooms, faculty offices, conference rooms, modern design labs, and studios, which assist in imparting world-class education. JGU promotes equal opportunity and inclusive education. It has welcomed differently abled people, and the campus has been designed to ensure their ease of use as per international standards. JGU's state-of-the-art global library offers a panoply of resources curated to facilitate the learning and research of student and faculty. In addition to the print resources, 80% of the library's resources are in electronic form and are accessible from within the campus as well as remotely 24/7. The Global Library offers flexi spaces and the right ambience for study and learning. We believe in creating a broadening and holistic learning experience to students, one not restricted to classrooms. After an intellectually strenuous day, students make their way to sports arenas abundant in amenities, including an 8-lane swimming pool, badminton courts, table tennis center, cricket ground and practice pitches, lawn tennis courts, football grounds, volleyball ground, basketball courts, recreational and fitness centers, well-resourced gymnasium, and a multi-purpose sports arena. Sports and fitness activities are an integral means of individual development. Student sport, under the guidance of qualified coaches. For those who prefer cerebral alternatives, there are activities which create intramural and extramural opportunities for students. Debates, reading groups, book clubs, quizzes, music and creative arts to choose from. The specially designed Agora, colloquially called the Adda, is site to activities like plays, dance performances and cultural events. Through moot courts, students sharpen their mooting and advocacy skills. Moot court competitions gather on campus young minds from across India and many nations to engage in incisive debate. During Biswamil, the annual Student Cultural Fest, and Magnus and the Jindal Sports League, the Sports Fests, students let their hair down and paint the town red. A fully residential university, the JGU campus serves as a home away from home and an enabling ecosystem for intellectual networking and social interaction. It offers the widest range of comfort, support and choices for students who live with us through their educational innings. Fully networked and digitized with the latest Wi-Fi technology, keep the proverbial window to the world open before our students. It has been said that some of the greatest ideas and bonds are born on dinner tables. JGU's multiple dining halls are any gourmet's delight. It offers nourishing multi-cuisine meals of the choicest varieties. Other amenities on campus include laundry services, convenience stores, pharmacy, ATMs, grooming salons, and a creche for the children of faculty and staff. Providing 24/7 security, the campus is under the watch of CCTVs and guards on duty, in addition to other security measures, including night patrolling. The JGU Health Centre offers the best primary medical care with highly qualified doctors, nurses, and physiotherapists. It has wards, a minor operating theatre, an ICU, physiotherapy rooms, and an in-house pharmacy. The Centre for Wellness and Counselling Services ensures emotional and mental wellness of the JGU population. A decade ago, we had a vision to build a world-class university in India with a sustainable approach towards the environment and protecting our biodiversity. We continue to preserve the natural habitat of our avian and other visitors, integrating them with nature. As dusk sets in over the landscape, as horizon turns crimson in the silhouetted buildings of JGU, another great day spent in teaching and learning in joyful pursuit of knowledge draws to an end, leaving libraries and study rooms lit by midnight lamps for solo pursuit of knowledge. Tomorrow will be another ascension, another sunshine, another awakening in self-discovery. The JGU journey continues. At dawn, as the ochre rays of the sun dye the emerald landscape of the campus of OP Jindal Global University in gold, and the campus basks in the glory of lights and sounds, another morning appears to be suspended in time. A celestial experience plays out as every microcosm of life on campus comes alive. As the bird song spreads joy in nature, the squirrels get on with their liveliness and gambol through tree trunks and branches. The leaves of myriad trees display a painter's palette of green shades, rustling in tune with the soft breeze as the peacocks spread their plumage. Welcome to OP Jindal Global University. In perfect harmony, unseen avian and other visitors go about their circadian duties. In these idyllic surroundings, 6,500 students begin their day in quest of knowledge and wisdom. The corridors begin to beat to the tempo of rushed feet and the sounds of classrooms. Paper rustles, pen scribbles, keyboard pound as the hours go by. A place where one dreams big, aiming to make history. A place that inspires, makes one inspire others, and also get inspired by others. This is the exceptional and inimitable educational experience at India's global university. Spread over the 80-acre campus, the university has 10 interdisciplinary schools, where 6,500 students and 730 full-time faculty members engage in the pursuit of excellence. Each day marks the beginning of a new idea, a new vision, and a new story. Each day ends with a sense of fulfillment in everyone. Watching over India's best and brightest students is the tallest flagpole displaying the Indian tricolour, a culmination of the efforts of the founding Chancellor and benefactor of JGU, Mr. Naveen Jindal, which empowered private individuals and institutions to hoist the Indian national flag in pride. It is a gentle reminder of our goals, aspirations, values, duties, and responsibilities. On the edge of the national capital region of Delhi, in the city of Sonipat, in the serene Jagdishpur village, you will easily forget the proximity of a bustling city, thanks to the verdant landscape, arable fields, and lush vegetation. Amidst this genius of nature, JGU stands resplendent. JGU's architecture merges finally into these pristine surroundings, where its uniquely designed academic block stands testimony to the institution's vision, creativity, and intellect. So as to facilitate technology-aided and experiential learning, the academic block houses state-of-the-art classrooms, faculty offices, conference rooms, modern design labs, and studios, which assist in imparting world-class education. JGU promotes equal opportunity and inclusive education. It has welcomed differently abled people, and the campus has been designed to ensure their ease of use as per international standards. JGU's state-of-the-art global library offers a panoply of resources curated to facilitate the learning and research of student and faculty. In addition to the print resources, 80% of the library's resources are in electronic form and are accessible from within the campus as well as remotely 24/7. The Global Library offers flexi spaces and the right ambience for study and learning. We believe in creating a broadening and holistic learning experience to students, one not restricted to classrooms. After an intellectually strenuous day, students make their way to sports arenas abundant in amenities, including an 8-lane swimming pool, badminton courts, table tennis centre, cricket ground and practice pitches, lawn tennis courts, football grounds, volleyball ground, basketball courts, recreational and fitness centres, well-resourced gymnasium, and a multi-purpose sports arena. Sports and fitness activities are an integral means of individual development. Student sport under the guidance of qualified coaches. For those who prefer cerebral alternatives, there are activities which create intramural and extramural opportunities for students. Debates, reading groups, book clubs, quizzes, music, and creative arts to choose from. The specially designed Agora colloquially called the Adda, is site to activities like plays, dance performances, and cultural events. Through moot courts, students sharpen their mooting and advocacy skills. Moot court competitions gather on campus young minds from across India and many nations to engage in incisive debate. During Biswamil, the annual Student Cultural Fest, and Magnus and the Jindal Sports League, the Sports Fests, students let their hair down and paint the town red. A fully residential university, the JGU campus serves as a home away from home and an enabling ecosystem for intellectual networking and social interaction. It offers the widest range of comfort, support, and choices for students who live with us through their educational innings. Fully networked and digitized with the latest Wi-Fi technology, keep the proverbial window to the world open before our students. It has been said that some of the greatest ideas and bonds are born on dinner tables. JGU's multiple dining halls are any gourmet's delight. It offers nourishing multi-cuisine meals of the choicest varieties. Other amenities on campus include laundry services, convenience stores, pharmacy, ATMs, grooming salons, and a creche for the children of faculty and staff. Providing 24/7 security, the campus is under the watch of CCTVs and guards on duty, in addition to other security measures, including night patrolling. The JGU Health Centre offers the best primary medical care with highly qualified doctors, nurses, and physiotherapists. It has wards, a minor operating theatre, an ICU, physiotherapy rooms, and an in-house pharmacy. The Centre for Wellness and Counselling Services ensures emotional and mental wellness of the JGU population. A decade ago, we had a vision to build a world-class university in India with a sustainable approach towards the environment and protecting our biodiversity. We continue to preserve the natural habitat of our avian and other visitors, integrating them with nature. As dusk sets in over the landscape, as horizon turns crimson in the silhouetted buildings of JGU, another great day spent in teaching and learning in joyful pursuit of knowledge draws to an end, leaving libraries and study rooms lit by midnight lamps for solo pursuit of knowledge. Tomorrow will be another ascension, another sunshine, another awakening in self-discovery. The JGU journey continues. At dawn, as the ochre rays of the sun dye the emerald landscape of the campus of OP Jindal Global University in gold, and the campus basks in the glory of lights and sounds, another morning appears to be suspended in time. A celestial experience plays out as every microcosm of life on campus comes alive. As the bird song spreads joy in nature, the squirrels get on with their liveliness and gambol through tree trunks and branches. The leaves of myriad trees display a painter's palette of green shades, rustling in tune with the soft breeze as the peacocks spread their plumage. Welcome to OP Jindal Global University. In perfect harmony, unseen avian and other visitors go about their circadian duties. In these idyllic surroundings, 6,500 students begin their day in quest of knowledge and wisdom. The corridors begin to beat to the tempo of rushed feet and the sounds of classrooms. Paper rustles, pen scribbles, keyboard pound as the hours go by. a place where one dreams big, aiming to make history, a place that inspires, makes one inspire others, and also get inspired by others. This is the exceptional and inimitable educational experience at India's global university. Spread over the 80-acre campus, the university has 10 interdisciplinary schools, where 6,500 students and 730 full-time faculty members engage in the pursuit of excellence. Each day marks the beginning of a new idea, a new vision, and a new story. Each day ends with a sense of fulfillment in everyone. Watching over India's best and brightest students is the tallest flagpole displaying the Indian tricolour, a culmination of the efforts of the founding Chancellor and benefactor of JGU, Mr. Naveen Jindal, which empowered private individuals and institutions to hoist the Indian national flag in pride. It is a gentle reminder of our goals, aspirations, values, duties, and responsibilities. On the edge of the national capital region of Delhi, in the city of Sonipat, in the serene Jagdishpur village, you will easily forget the proximity of a bustling city, thanks to the verdant landscape, arable fields, and lush vegetation. Amidst this genius of nature, JGU stands resplendent. JGU's architecture merges finally into these pristine surroundings, where its uniquely designed academic block stands testimony to the institution's vision, creativity, and intellect. So as to facilitate technology-aided and experiential learning, the academic block houses state-of-the-art classrooms, faculty offices, conference rooms, modern design labs, and studios, which assist in imparting world-class education. JGU promotes equal opportunity and inclusive education. It has welcomed differently abled people, and the campus has been designed to ensure their ease of use as per international standards. JGU's state-of-the-art global library offers a panoply of resources curated to facilitate the learning and research of student and faculty. In addition to the print resources, 80% of the library's resources are in electronic form and are accessible from within the campus as well as remotely 24/7. The Global Library offers flexi spaces and the right ambience for study and learning. We believe in creating a broadening and holistic learning experience to students, one not restricted to classrooms. After an intellectually strenuous day, students make their way to sports arenas abundant in amenities, including an 8-lane swimming pool, badminton courts, table tennis centre, cricket ground and practice pitches, lawn tennis courts, football grounds, volleyball ground, basketball courts, recreational and fitness centres, well-resourced gymnasium, and a multi-purpose sports arena. Sports and fitness activities are an integral means of individual development. Student sport under the guidance of qualified coaches. For those who prefer cerebral alternatives, there are activities which create intramural and extramural opportunities for students. Debates, reading groups, book clubs, quizzes, music, and creative arts to choose from. The specially designed Agora, colloquially called the Adda, is site to activities like plays, dance performances, and cultural events. For moot courts, students sharpen their mooting and advocacy skills. Moot court competitions gather on campus young minds from across India and many nations to engage in incisive debate. During Biswamil, the annual Student Cultural Fest, and Magnus and the Jindal Sports League, the Sports Fests, students let their hair down and paint the town red. A fully residential university, the JGU campus serves as a home away from home and an enabling ecosystem for intellectual networking and social interaction. It offers the widest range of comfort, support, and choices for students who live with us through their educational innings. Fully networked and digitized with the latest Wi-Fi technology, keep the proverbial window to the world open before our students. It has been said that some of the greatest ideas and bonds are born on dinner tables. JGU's multiple dining halls are any gourmet's delight. It offers nourishing multi-cuisine meals of the choicest varieties. Other amenities on campus include laundry services, convenience stores, pharmacy, ATMs, grooming salons, and a creche for the children of faculty and staff. Providing 24/7 security, the campus is under the watch of CCTVs and guards on duty, in addition to other security measures, including night patrolling. The JGU Health Centre offers the best primary medical care with highly qualified doctors, nurses, and physiotherapists. It has wards, a minor operating theatre, an ICU, physiotherapy rooms, and an in-house pharmacy. The Centre for Wellness and Counselling Services ensures emotional and mental wellness of the JGU population. A decade ago, we had a vision to build a world-class university in India with a sustainable approach towards the environment and protecting our biodiversity. We continue to preserve the natural habitat of our avian and other visitors, integrating them with nature. As dusk sets in over the landscape, as horizon turns crimson in the silhouetted buildings of JGU, another great day spent in teaching and learning in joyful pursuit of knowledge draws to an end, leaving libraries and study rooms lit by midnight lamps for solo pursuit of knowledge. Tomorrow will be another ascension, another sunshine, another awakening in self-discovery. The JGU journey continues.